If you haven't seen the last video I made, I would recommend you check that out before watching this one, as it is also informative on what is currently going on in Ireland at the moment and what has been going on for quite a while now. So if you watch the last video, you will be caught up on a lot of details. Of course, there's a lot more to still address, but I recommend you watch the last video. And to all those who have, thank you guys. I really appreciate the likes, the comments, and let's try to get this video up. Let's try to get this video to do even better, hey? I know some of you subscribed as well. I really appreciate it. If we can hit 100 subscribers, I might do some sort of special video. We'll see. I haven't thought of anything yet, I'll be quite honest, but I'll try to come up with something. If you have suggestions, just let me know in the comments below. And with that, let's get into it. A no confidence vote of 92 to 78. And our government stays in office. Sorry, our dictatorship, I mean. Because we all know what they really are.
Deputies Thaw 92, Deputies Neal 78. The question is carried. Now, if deputies wish to leave, I'm moving to the next item.
You know, it's quite suspicious that that basically Leinster House, the Dáil, did not show the chairs who voted on their typical diagram when the votes were made for who was for and against the no confidence in the government, the Irish government. Because they obviously showed one earlier for which chairs, which represent the TDs obviously, voted for basically the whole fucking discussion to go ahead and what issues need to be addressed and everything. But there was no vote for no confidence. How interesting. How interesting. There was no diagram to show for the votes made for the no confidence in our government. How interesting. How interesting. Yeah, that's definitely suspicious. And you know, Catherine Connolly, I want to go back to this. I know I haven't addressed this publicly, but I will say it now. Her not calling Patrick saint, because it is St. Patrick, I'm just addressing it in the way she did there. She said Patrick on St. Patrick's Day. She was talking about St. Patrick and she said Patrick.
The story of Patrick's life serves as a reminder of the resilience and courage of migrants, the invaluable contributions that they have made and continue to make to the countries they now call home, sometimes even in the face of great adversity. Patrick's story speaks not only to the Ireland of the 5th century, but to the millions still subjected to trafficking, forced labour and displacement today. As we recall the life of Patrick, we invoke his spirit and acknowledge our shared responsibilities as global citizens. We stand in solidarity with those who find themselves in vulnerable and dangerous circumstances. Patrick's story invites us to respond with hospitality and kindness to those suffering the consequences of war and displacement, those fleeing their countries because of persecution or violence.
And it was disrespectful, but we all know that given the way and what's accounted for of the Irish government and of her up to her current appointed position in office, she does not see St. Patrick as a saint, as I have called him, because I do see him as a saint, obviously. He got rid of the snakes in Ireland. He's known for this. Why St. Patrick, this is the original reason why St. Patrick's Day is a thing, and why it originated from Ireland, but see, she's a snake. The Irish government are snakes. They're all fucking snakes. Of course, they're not going to see him as a saint because he's the guy who got rid of them. I mean, obviously, we all know it was actually the animal fucking snake, but come on, guys. It's rhetorical. It's not like he would be very much against what I'm saying now anyway. Like, I would doubt if he chose their side over the Irish people, put it that way. But the way things are now, if he gets see today, oh my god. The stain on his face, I'd say. And I was listening in the Dáil today, actually, as well, that Simon Harris was basically yapping on again about how, when asked about dropping, or putting a cap on fuel prices and, tax and everything, and he's like, oh, no, we can't do that, because it will go four courts to basically people's pockets, obviously the money, and it will just, obviously, the worst of GDP and our national economy will go down.
Standing Order 38, Deputy Doherty.
Gurmaigad Yaskin Corlia Solidatium, Boilum, Ahantis a Horta, West Ambrona, Banis Mohonda Hain, Banis Gidor, Banis Gunanal, Moya Brennan, Banin Tai Moye, Cream More, Eki, Agus Vishir Gunya, and the Dini Bayilshe, Agus Ba Irinya, a Wilhala, Rio. Cara a VNG Fosta, Agus Danya de Cardilac, Agus Kinaltas, Agat Daniero, Anya, Aku, Ahi. Agus noi vi glóra hannig on a hangel agi. Glóra hargun an al an leerskell downde yeste gro anam yelish agus boilumse mo hovrono chrí hor an ul da Tim da Ashley agus da Paul agus da Clonye Jarvis agus Clonye Ibrenan elig da highlight da charde agus da gakanye fu hian in the ni ve nyehid on a rish can doubt. Taoiseach, after weeks of turmoil, protest and public anger over soaring fuel prices, what is most striking is this, that your government is still not listening. Right across the state, over 750,000 households rely on home heating oil to keep their homes warm. For them, this crisis isn't abstract, it's immediate, it's punishing, it's the difference between heating their home or going without. And yet, despite everything that's happened over the past number of weeks, despite the protests, despite the pressure, despite the clear message from workers and families right across the state, you still haven't reduced excise by a single cent on home heating oil. Nothing. And you now expect a pat in the back for not increasing carbon tax in a fortnight time on home heating oil. Instead, you're going to impose that increase in the very depths of winter. For families already stretched to the brink, that's no relief at all. And what does that say about your government, Taoiseach? That after weeks of anger, or after weeks of hardship, you still don't get it. You still simply don't understand the lives people are living. You don't understand the fear of that bill landing that can't be paid, or that quiet dread of a cold home, or the constant calculation just to get through to the end of the week. There's a complete lack of urgency, of empathy, a lack of basic understanding from your government, because what we've seen is just not inaction. It's a pattern of behaviour, Taoiseach, a pattern of behaviour that poured fuel on this crisis. Last week, members of your government chose to insult, to demean and even threaten those who took to the street. People who were left with no choice but to rise up and out of desperation because their livelihoods are being disseminated. And that's the reality of it. They are seeing cut after cut, price rise after price rise, and they felt that they had no other option but to actually take a stand. And now, adding insult to injury, many of those same workers are returning home to find parking fines landing through their letterbox. This is the wrong response, Taoiseach. It's a response that punishes people who are already pushed to the brink. People who didn't have money last week, and now you're asking them to fork up hundreds of euro on parking fines. I mean, for goodness sake, where's the common sense in all of this? Have you learned nothing over the last week? Are you not listening to where people are at? Is it any wonder that this government is so detached from where people's lived realities is? Because it is staggering. A government that refuses to act on the issue of home heating oil, a government that dismisses and belittles those in hardship, and a government that is making life even harder for many of those same people. So I'm going to ask you directly, how do you justify standing here and deciding not to decrease excise duty on home heating oil by a single cent? Why do you, with all you know, that people are being pushed to the pin of their collar, that people are going without heat in their homes, why do you, as Minister for Finance, as Taoiseach of this government, simply ignore them, refuse to listen to them, and refuse to act on their behalf on the issue of home heating oil?
Taoiseach.
I want to join with the Deputy in extending my sympathy to the family and friends and community of Moya Brennan, a musical icon, a unique voice of extraordinary talent, and somebody who played no small part in bringing Irish music to an international audience, and may she rest in peace. I want to thank you for the question. This has been a very challenging period of time for the people of this country, and the pressures that people are feeling are real. And we are working constructively to endeavour as best we can to assist people at a time of huge global turmoil. And the first thing I'd say, because there's sometimes an effort to divide into different groups in society, everybody will benefit from the energy package that we have put in place. And the reason I say that is because, as the Deputy knows, when you take measures to try and reduce energy prices, that has a positive effect in moderating the likely increases that we will see in terms of inflation. So while there's been much discussion, quite rightly, this week around fuel, the discussion we've been having actually and the measures we've been putting in place will hopefully have a broader positive impact in terms of trying to suppress, insofar as one can, what is likely to be a growing rate of inflation. And that has a direct pass-through when it gets to the supermarket floor as well. So that's the first thing I'd say. The second thing I'd say, and I'll get directly to kerosene in a moment, the second thing I'd say is this is not a small package by any fair or objective measure. And I presume you'd acknowledge that. It is a package of €750 million in total support. It is either the largest or one of the very largest packages in the European Union. And there's a table that simply proves that. I mean, this government, on behalf of the people of Ireland, has taken action that means this is one of the very largest packages in the European Union. And the details of that are well known. Reductions in petrol, excise reduction in diesel excise, reduction in green diesel, package for farmers, for farm contractors, for agricultural contractors, for hauliers, for bus contractors, for fishers, for many important supply sectors of the Irish economy. And you're also right, Deputy, that there is a real issue when it comes to the cost of home heating oil. On that much we agree. But it's how you respond is where we have a disagreement. So we have taken issues to help people with home heating oil. We took a conscious decision to expand the fuel allowance. The fuel allowance season was meant to be over by now. It wasn't meant to be available to people this month. It's worth €152 per household as a result of that extension. It's cost us €71 million. You know that the households that are most in need from a fuel poverty point of view get that. You know them in your constituency. We all know them. Pensioners, many carers, many people with disability, and crucially many people on low income, many low income working people as well with the working family payment. About a quarter of all households in the country now receive that payment. So please let people know that. And this is a targeted measure. And indeed, and you know, I'm watching what's likely to happen in Northern Ireland today, which your party will know well through your role in the executive. The measures you're likely to bring in today will be targeted measures as well in terms of home heating oil, not a universal measure, a targeted measure. Second thing we've done, and it is important, we listened, and I listened in this House when people said suspend the increase in carbon tax on kerosene and suspend the increase on green diesel. We support the carbon tax, so do most of the opposition, by the way, you don't. We support it because it plays a very important role in funding the climate transition, supporting farmers, supporting retrofitting, supporting fuel poverty, but we did extend that too. But your solutions, we did extend the suspension. Your solutions aren't as easy as you suggest either, because I looked at one of your solutions. We should all look at people's ideas and we should be willing to engage on ideas. And I had my officials look at your proposal in terms of putting the carbon tax back to 2023 rates and backdating the reversal to the 1st of May. And I've been told revenue doesn't hold any records of any individual end users, so any retrospective adjustment is unlikely to be possible, that it could result in an unjust enrichment of suppliers, substantial administrative burdens and unanticipated exchequer costs. So this isn't a matter of a lack of empathy. It's a matter of making sure that the solutions we come up with together are practical and are workable. We have a large package of measures in place. We continue to work our way through this challenge.
Honestly, I really don't understand why you're not listening. Why you're not listening to ordinary people. There's been an outpouring right across the country, and you can wave all your graphs all you want, but really listen to people. Listen to ordinary people. There's a young woman who wrote to me. She wrote to lots of people this week, right? And I think it's important just maybe I read out what she said. And listen to this. She says, "My own situation is becoming unbearable. Despite being in a dual-income household, I haven't been able to afford home heat now for 3 weeks. 3 weeks without heat. Not because I've been irresponsible, but because I simply cannot afford it anymore. And at the same time, I'm paying extortionate rent for a home that I can't even properly live in. Damp is setting in because I can't afford to heat it. I feel trapped. I'm being squeezed from every angle with no relief. And the future feels completely out of reach." She went on to say, "I'll never own my own home in this country despite working full-time and doing what I was told, going to college, getting the degree. As a working-class child of 2 working-class parents, that dream is gone. There is no pathway forward, only increasing pressure and diminishing hope." They're the people you need to be listening to, not waving your graphs. Listen to ordinary people and respond. And you know the response this week is, you wouldn't cut a single cent of carbon tax from home heating oil. Taoiseach, she's in a house that she can't heat for 3 weeks. She works full-time. Her partner does the same. And you ignored her this week because you're not listening and you're completely out of touch.
No, it's quite the opposite, in fact. Quite the opposite, in fact. And people are living through very tough and very challenging times. But, Deputy Doherty, you've got to be honest with that person who wrote to you as well. Your measures, and I'm telling you, like, you can talk about waving graphs, but facts matter. I had your measures assessed by officials in my department, and they came back and said it wasn't doable, and that it would have. And I'm going. No, well, hang on a second. May I speak, please? Thank you. Revenue does not hold records of individual end users when it comes to home heating oil. If we did what you propose, and I'm accepting, you are. With regard to a proposed amendment for solid fuel carbon tax, the Sinn Féin amendment proposes reverting to 2023 rates and backdating the reversal to the 1st of May 2023. I'm going to write to you, Deputy, and explain to you the practical challenges with your measures. There are practical challenges. But can I also say something else? Because you had your time, and I think the people deserve better than shouting and roaring. You had your time. Can I also make this point? We cannot get through this global economic crisis if every week we come into this House and the proposal is abolish taxes and spend more. That is not a sustainable way through this. Abolish taxes and spending more would not steer us through. What I say to that person is, we have her back. We've brought in one of the largest packages in the European Union. We've reduced excise. They're benefiting from that at the pump. We've extended fuel and we will work through this together. While you refuse to condemn intimidation against Gardaí this week, you refuse to stand by. She didn't. But you refused.
Deputy Doherty
refuses because you refuse to condemn time and time again the blockades. You're now in favour of blockades, and we can't.
Hang on, Deputy Doherty, you put the question. The Taoiseach has attempted to answer.
But not to this fellow over here who's completely out of touch.
Because it is obviously being worth less with less tax being charged. But if that's the case, and he wants to keep our GDP up, then why not balance it out with our GNI, our global national income? Use the tax money that's there, including the surplus, to actually do the right thing and put it back into the nation in the right manner that is worthy enough to show the real world results. Not just some shit on paper, written on paper, actually show real world results. Stuff that actually matters, that people could see, and it is having an effect. It is actually going back to the GNI. It's actually helping the people. It is actually stabilizing our national economy. Because we need that now more than ever if you're going to fucking go on about not dropping taxes and shit. It needs to balance out before everything goes to fucking shit. Otherwise, the taxes need to go down. It's one or the other, mate. And you have a fuck ton of money in surplus there, so there's no excuse. This is Ireland. It's a small fucking nation. We're not America. There's a lot of money. There's a lot you could do for this nation with that kind of money. 12.5 billion, which is probably more. Let's be real. It's a fucking joke. And like the other thing, they keep going on about the Iran and America and Israel, all this shit because there's wars going on. Now it's affecting the prices and costs of oil. I've already stated in my last video that based on what is on record, written down, and what has been said by others, even who work in that industry and stuff, not these people in fucking suits, I can tell you that, but like the actual oil suppliers, importers and stuff, based on that evidence and information alone, Ireland, the UK, and Norway, and they don't get a lot of their oils from the Strait of Hormuz towards Iran. But I'm not gonna lie. Yes, I will acknowledge that these wars will obviously have an effect on the cost of oil because it will affect the globe in such a manner anyway. So generally speaking, it will affect the cost of oil. That's the base cost of oil. And that varies between nations and how they import and trade oils and stuff as well. I never said Ireland doesn't import any of its oil, or get any of its oil from Iran or the Strait of Hormuz, because I was open to accepting that they probably do get some of it. But if we were to get a lot of it from there, you would think it'd be written down and acknowledged more outside of just people in fucking suits and politicians and stuff. By the actual people who work in that industry, the oil suppliers, the oil importers and stuff. But it isn't. And the reason for that is because the reality is we don't get a lot of our oil from the Strait of Hormuz or from fucking Iran or some bullshit. That's the reality. A lot of our oils don't come from that area of the fucking world. You know? Like, there's the North Sea. There's other fucking refineries and other shit. Like, there's probably places like that we're getting our oil from if we're not artificially producing it, which is just... That is its own whole thing as well, by the way. But, like, you really need to look into this stuff because it's just like, what the fuck? They keep going on and on and on about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. But it's just like, dude... We've been over this, you know? If it's really true, why not show evidence for it? I don't know, man. It's fucking weird. I think there's plenty of evidence there, though, to say, like, that obviously, like, not a lot of oil is coming from that area for Ireland. At least Ireland. And if it was to affect our costs... It shouldn't be the taxes going up. It should be the base price of fucking oil. Do you know, or maybe VAT. I would technically say the base price of oil should be the thing going up and not VAT. Because VAT is just a fucking scam, like it's one of the scammiest taxes. It's basically the government saying, we want more money off you, you know? You like, it's just value added tax. Come on, figure it out. It's basically money for the government. It's just a shame that they don't handle that money in the right manner, isn't it? Because our fucking Irish government is just dog shit. I don't know, man. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. So yeah, yap is over. It is genuinely concerning how Simon Harris is so wanting of these taxes to stay on board, stay active, and to have our GDP still stay up and increase, if anything, as he will continue to price us out of the economy by not bringing our tax money back into this nation in an optimal manner that balances out with the GNI. He is so deluded and disillusioned by the numbers of our GDP to not recognise and or acknowledge our GNI. Like, it is baffling to me. And this is my issue with business and economics and stuff. A lot of them go on this bandwagon fallacy and just teach a whole lot about basically one thing without teaching much about the other. Like, they seem to love going on a yap and basically talking about how, GDP, if a nation has good GDP, then that must mean that it's a healthy, wealthy, and or lucrative nation with a healthy, wealthy, and or lucrative economy. But that's not entirely how that works. It's just, it's overhyped, overrated, and misconceived, because it doesn't recognize other factors as often and or as much, which is what creates such issues, and leaves open for such fallacious manners of thinking, creates such a factoid matter, we'll say. Where something is not true, but because it is repeated so much and taught to be true so much, it becomes as if it is true, or treated as if it's true, when in reality it inherently and or actually is not. That is the definition of factoid. So yeah, it is honestly a joke, but I say this also because GNI needs to get more recognition. It needs to be addressed just as much, if not more, than GDP when it comes to such topics, when you're teaching and or talking about business, and they're just like, promoting such things. Same with the economy or economics, whether it be for a nation, in general sense, international, whatever, Point is, it needs to be taught more, without a doubt. Just going to show a quick example here of basically what I was talking about earlier with the diagraph of basically which TDs or their chairs, and when they make a vote in the Dáil. And then I'm going to show, because it was leaked apparently, I don't know if this was public information, it probably was, but I couldn't find it. And then I found it on YouTube somewhere. But anyways, this information was leaked showing which TDs voted for confidence in our government during the no confidence meeting. So, tuck in for this one.
Members, please take your seats. We're about to take the vote. The proposal by the order of business, and the question is that the proposed arrangements for the week's business be agreed to, and on that question a division has been challenged. Tellers Thaw, Deputy Mary Butler and Emer Curry, Tellers Neil, Porrig McLaughlin and Duncan Smith. Result. Deputies Thaw 93, Deputies Neil 74. Sheelam Gowill on Kesh Richa. And before I proceed, this is a very important debate for the public looking in at proceedings today. And I will briefly outline how this debate will proceed for their benefit. Speaking times have been agreed by the House and are displayed on the clock. If the clock turns red, a member's time is up. When a member rises, their time begins. Where time is shared, the chair will indicate it. All contributions must be addressed through the chair. These arrangements are governed by the rules of the House, and as Ceann Comhairle, I am obliged to implement them. Equally, all members are obliged to comply with these rules, and I would ask that you do so. Every member speaking is entitled to fair hearing. Our constituents expect this debate will be conducted in a respectful manner, and I ask that all members cooperate. I now move to the motion, re confidence in the government, and I call on the Taoiseach to move the motion. Taoiseach, you will be sharing time with the Taoiseach and the Minister of State, Sean Canny. Taoiseach, please move the motion.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle, and I formally move the motion of confidence in the government.
From the Minister of Communications and Media, basically criticising mainstream medias like RTE and Virgin Media and them for reporting truthfully, and basically saying how it paints the government in a bad light and paints ministers in a bad light, when in reality we all know it's just them painting themselves in a bad light. And once again, trying to twist the narrative in their favour.
Your views, your news, your Limerick Today with Joe Nash on Live 95.
Okay, well, we're going to ask the Cabinet Minister for Culture, Communications and Sport and Limerick Fine Gael TD, Patrick O'Donovan, that question right now. Paul Hosford, Deputy Political Editor with the Irish Examiner, thank you for taking us through that. Minister, good morning to you. Did the government lose control of this situation?
Morning, Joe, and morning to your listeners. Look, I suppose the last time I was on with you, we had a fairly frank conversation where I was asking people to, you've made your point, now is the time to go home. And at that stage, the situation worsened even more, where we had a ship in Galway Bay with an excess of 6 million litres of fuel, and our only refinery in the country literally cut off. By people that in many cases have legitimate grievance, and I really value the importance of protest, and I never undermine that. I will say, however, I think that it went too far, and I said on the day with you that I think it went too far. And the Gardaí were left with no other option, particularly based on the advices that were coming from the refinery which was that they were going to have to close and that they were going to have to redirect fuel shipments that were in the ocean on their way to Ireland to other jurisdictions. Now, you can imagine in the middle of a fuel protest, if we had a situation where our only refinery was closed and where we were rediverting ships to Britain or Canada or even further afield. So the government had to act through the medium of An Garda Síochána. And in fairness, when the guards moved into enforcement mode, people dispersed peacefully, and that's the most important thing.
But should the government have moved faster?
Well, look, we value the importance of protests and with all of these things, I mean, as was said by the Minister for Defence this morning on Morning Ireland, there'll be a review by the government into the security implications here now, because we cannot have a situation where our motorway network, our ports, our airports are strangle-held by, by people set on maybe various different agendas, and they're bringing ordinary decent people along with them as well. We know that the vast majority of people were decent people that were worried about fuel protests, but we also know that there was quite a sinister political underbelly in this that had, severe right-wing connotations. And we also know that some of the people that were put forward, and I said this to you the other day, as spokespersons, couldn't guarantee that they could bring the protests with them. So that's why the government had to make sure that the people we negotiated with were properly constituted organisations.
Could the government have moved more quickly on the package that was finally unveiled last night?
Well, we were working on a package when all of this started, and ironically, diesel prices were about to fall in Ireland, only they have gone back up now because of not a fuel shortage, but a distribution catastrophe. We were looking at a situation where diesel prices last week and petrol prices were coming down anyway. Now we have a situation where, thanks to the blockade, and it was illegal, that they haven't come down. And on top of that, now we're hearing reports from Washington where not only will the Strait of Hormuz not be opened, but the Strait of Hormuz is to be blockaded. So, no country has been immune from this. And, there has been suggestions by certain political representatives in Ireland that we should have introduced a cap. That was tried by Liz Truss, and we know where that got them. It has also been tried in France and has been tried in Slovenia, and it doesn't work.
So, Minister, do you concede that the government made any mistakes here?
I think that in general, look, the last week is a view into where this country could go, in terms of we're at a very dangerous tipping point. And it gives an insight into where this country could potentially have gone, only for the fact that we had made the decisions that we made, particularly in the heat of it, that we would negotiate with democratically elected organisations, and that the Gardaí would be allowed to enforce the law. Obviously, there will be a review in terms of the security, the handling and the management of it, and I'd welcome that. Personally, I think, it should have that those interventions should have happened earlier, because, we had a situation where our refinery was about to go offline. The important thing now is to realise that we have put €750 million, which will impact on the budget for 2027. Of that, there is no doubt, on the table. So we started with 250 million, and we've raised it yesterday at the cabinet meeting by a further 550 odd million. And there's a scheme for food production in terms of farmers, and there's also a scheme in terms of transportation, in terms of heavy goods vehicles, buses and others. And people will get those details and start to apply immediately.
Can you just clarify this point, that because of the increase over the last few weeks in the price at the pumps, the government was getting more money in than they had budgeted for?
You see, Peter Burke answered this question the other day. For every €4 million that we were getting in, we were spending 40. So it was costing us 10 times more. And the reduction in excise duty doesn't come without a cost. And these are substantial cuts now in excise duty. So the excise duty cut in petrol will be down by 36%. The excise duty in diesel is down by almost a half, by 47.7%. And the excise duty on green diesel is down by 31%. No other country in Europe has done this, and no other country in Europe has had the firepower in terms of the cash resources to be able to do it.
But is it fair to say that some other countries moved faster earlier than your government?
No, because we had already introduced a €250 million package, and as I said a while ago, some countries flirted with the idea of what the opposition were looking for, which was a fuel cap, which is basically you set a price and everything above that the government pay for, which gives carte blanche to the oil companies to charge whatever they want. That's what Liz Truss did, and they're still living with the consequences in the United Kingdom of Liz Truss's 18 days in government. Now, Sinn Féin wanted that and Independent Ireland wanted that. That would have sent the whole lot of us on a one-way ticket back to where Donald Trump wants to send Iran, the Stone Age.
Minister, do you accept that the coalition has lost public support as a consequence of all of this?
I accept that there's no doubt about it that there's a lot of legitimate anger with regard to the cost of fuel, and we're now dealing with it, and we were in the process of dealing with it with the representative organisations, and we're going to rebuild people's trust based on this. This package is not only aimed at farmers and people who drive HGVs, but as Paul Hosford said as well, it's also aimed at people who pull up at the pumps, and once we get the pumps back and up and running, and by the way, that is a legitimate concern that people have at the moment, is how long will it take tanks to be replenished after the blockade? And some people supported the blockade, and they'll have to answer why is it that tanks are empty now and children are back at school. But look, we're obviously anxious to see that as soon as possible. And bear in mind, diesel and petrol prices were about to come down in Ireland last week. We have over 400 days of supply available to us. And we were in a situation last week where we were going to close our refinery, the only one in the country, and send 6 million litres of petrol and diesel out of Galway Bay.
Yeah,
the whole thing was just bizarre.
One of the criticisms of the government is that your tone as a government was lecturing and hectoring.
Joe, when you have a situation where, you might call it lecturing and hectoring, when you have a situation where the main arteries into and out of the capital city, Limerick, Galway and other places, when you have a situation where our only oil refinery is closed, when you have a situation where major terminals are closed, obviously people are going to try to appeal to the lowest common denominator. Now, as a broadcaster, I think, saying that people are guilty of lecturing and hectoring is a bit much. I was on with you once last week. I think other people might have been on, close to 7 or 8 times. So when we do get an opportunity to speak, we obviously try and appeal to people's better judgment, which is that this was doing irreparable damage to the economy and our ability to be able to fund social welfare, health, education and a wide variety of other services. And the impact that we'll have yesterday will obviously fall into the budget. But maybe if I had been on more than once last week, compared to some people, you might call that lecturing.
A listener says, relating to claims that mothers had to give birth on the hard shoulder due to delays, can you actually verify this happened, Minister?
I'm verifying what is reported to my office. I never said someone gave birth. I said someone was going to St. Munchin's Hospital after her waters broke. And actually, again, as I say, I was only on with you once last week, Joe. Other people were on over 6 times.
Okay. And the point there being, we had government representatives other than just you on, obviously.
Yeah, well, the point there being, one of the things that has to be looked at in this as well is, from the national broadcaster's point of view and from other broadcasters' point of view, is the whole issue of balance. There was a huge amount of airtime given over to this last week, which there should be, because this was a major national problem. But I would have to ask, was the coverage of this based on what I heard and listening to the radio morning, noon and night, was it balanced or was it skewed? Okay. And I think that's a role for Commissioner Mann.
So you think we were unbalanced?
I think there's a question in general with regard to the coverage that some people got last week, and I think that's something the Commissioner Mann will have to look at. We were in the middle of a national crisis, and carte blanche was given to some people, and obviously that then fed into a huge amount of legitimate concern. And I wouldn't for 1 minute say that none of the concerns were illegitimate. Of course they are. People are worried about how they're going to pay their mortgages, how they're going to get their children out to school. But the right of reply of a government to be able to say, well, we're actually engaging with... just let me finish, because I wasn't on last week, with the Irish Road Haulage Association, with the Irish Creamery Milk Suppliers Association, with the Irish Farmers Association, all of whom are around the table on a constant basis. I think there should be a greater level of balance.
We had the IRHA here on last week. We had government representatives. because obviously there are more than just you, and you would accept that within the coalition. You were indeed on last week, and I think, you know, we have a very strong and long record of balanced coverage here, Minister, as you well know now, in fairness.
I've been in politics since 2003, and and I hope I never encounter anything where the basic institutions of the state were in such a precarious nature as they were last week. And I think that there is a role for Commissioner Mann to examine here going forward. When something like this happens, how do we make sure that the views of the people on the hard shoulder, that the views of the ambulance personnel, that the views of the fire personnel, that the views of An Garda Síochána, that the views of people who don't agree, that the views of people who do agree are articulated? And I think as Minister for Communications, that's one of the things that I'll be taking out of this.
Okay, so you will be talking to the Commission?
I will.
Okay, and in what context will you be discussing this? Because I'm conscious of the fact that, you know,
I'll be asking them in the context of what happened last week, in the same way as a security review. Now, Commissioner Mann might come back to me and say that they believe that everything was fine, in which case that's grand. But I'll be asking them in the context of everything that happened last week, you know, from our national broadcaster to others, was there a proportionate and representative view of the public and the impact that it was having across all sectors of the economy, whether that was the CEOs of port companies, whether it was in relation to IBIC, whether it was in relation to employers who couldn't get materials into and out of the country. You know, I didn't hear any of those views last week. We heard a lot of lopsided political views, and that's fine. But this is for another day. But I will be asking the Commission to examine going forward in relation to agendas like this and instances like this. We have to be able to make sure in a democracy that all voices are heard, not just some.
Okay, well, I mean, as I say, Minister, you know, you have been on this radio station a lot over many years.
I have, and I was on once last week.
But there were others on as well. And as I say, we had the Irish Road Haulage Association.
I'm just saying, you know, that in taking out of this, one of the things I will be looking at as Minister for Communications is to see, you know, if you have a panel discussion, for instance, on a national broadcaster where there's 3 or 4 from the opposition and 1 from the government, is that a legitimate debate? And I think it's about time that we had that discussion, because I think, you know, the Minister for Justice will be looking at the Garda response and the Minister for Defence will be looking at responses. I too will be looking at responses as to, you know, we live in a democracy where all voices should be heard, not just some.
Okay. All right, Minister. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Joe.
That is the Minister for Communications and Fine Gael Limerick TD, Patrick O'Donovan.
Your views, your news, your Limerick Today with Joe Nash on Live 95. Your view.
Michael Healy-Rae has resigned.
Yeah, thank you very much, Count Caller. I've listened to the protesters, I've listened to the workers, I've listened to the people of Kerry, the canvassers who soldiered on long days and bad nights with me over the years, to my family, to my friends, to the office staff in Kerry, Fiona and Kevin, to the Department of Agriculture people, Jackie, Casey, and all the people I adore, to my son Jackie, who's been by my side all the time. I've always looked at myself as a gauge of the people of rural Ireland, and I really believe that I am. People, when I see people begging on the side of the road, when I've seen grown men crying, last night inside in the plough bar, when I met tractor men, lorry men, farmers, and when they were telling me how unhappy they were, the leader of the country should have listened. And because of the fact that I believe this government have left the people of Ireland down, I will be voting no confidence in the leader of the country, and I will be tendering my resignation as a Minister of State from now. And I would ask that future governments and this government, that they would listen, that they would be kind, that they would be understanding. There are farmers that are really suffering so much at present. There are agricultural contractors that are really suffering. There were people that cried at the protests. And these were workers. These were respectable people. They're the people that I represented since the first day I started. Any day I get up, I don't mean to hurt or offend or do harm to anybody. When I canvassed in the election of 16, people said to me in Kerry, if we'll get an opportunity to go into government, will you? I said I would, if the opportunity was right and if it was good for the people of Kerry. But now the people of Kerry are telling me that they're unhappy with this government. They don't want to see me or any Healy Ray supporting it. And that is why. And I remember my late father today, and he supported governments when things were bad and things were tough. And I asked him last night before I went to bed, I said, what should I do? And the feeling that I have is the government and the leader in particular has not listened. It's a lesson for people. Sorry, just 1 second. It's a lesson for people in the future. I adored being a minister in the Department of Agriculture because I felt I was able to do good and I was passionate about my job. I'm sorry, and I thank you all very, very much.
Minister Robert Troy.
But he is still a TD. Even though he is no longer Junior Minister of Agriculture, he is still a TD. He has come out and acknowledged this on Virgin Media News.
Michael, thanks for speaking to us. When did you make your decision to resign?
Well, I suppose when I saw grown men crying on protests, sleeping in tractors, sleeping in lorries, because they felt so hard done by, and when I heard and saw the reaction of the leader and the disappointment, it made me rethink my support for government. I went into government to do the best for the people of Kerry. They're my bosses. I'm a servant of the people of Kerry, and that has always been what I have been out to do, and that's what the way I work. And I feel now that the people of Ireland, not just the people of Kerry, feel left down by government. Maybe, and I said it in my speech, I hope maybe this is a wake-up call to government to be more in tune with people on the ground, to listen to people, and to never get caught up in the bubble of government and being here that if you're not with the people and if the people aren't with you, to be a national politician you have to be elected locally and you have to listen and be a sound mind and voice for the people.
But then had there not been a motion of confidence in the Dáil this evening, would you still have resigned anyway? Was it the opposition that forced your hand?
Oh, absolutely. The opposition didn't force me at all.
So you'd have resigned anyway?
The question was, had you confidence in what was happening and the way leadership was handling the situation? And I believe there's a lot of questions in that regard. And to be true to myself, but most importantly of all, to be true to the people, because this is nothing about me. You might say, I've had a hard day today, but the people who slept in tractors, the people who were at protests, the people who are struggling to pay their fuel bills, they're having a harder time. And their day is a hard day every day.
But if it was those that you met over the weekend, grown men crying, as you say, that was happening in the late part of last week, and yet across the weekend you were still a participant in those talks.
But what I was doing was I was working as hard as I could, listening to the sector and relaying back to the Department of Finance and to the three leaders that this is what they wanted. And what I got and what my colleagues, the Senior Minister Martin Hayden and my other colleagues, the Ministers of State, what we got was the best we could. But again, I would say, people talk about a rainy day fund. I don't know whether government realises it or not, but it's pouring at present. And that is what guided and minded my decision.
You've just come out of the Dáil chamber where you voted against some of the excise cuts that were negotiated across the weekend. How do you feel about negotiating part of a package that you negotiated?
See, the main thing there, one of the votes was the carbon tax deferral. Because as you know, there was a carbon tax coming in very shortly, and that has been deferred, and of course I welcome that. But I'll be guided in the future. There might be things government might be doing that I'll vote for. I've done that in the past. And there'll be things if I'm not happy with, I'll be able to make a decision in accordance with my mind on behalf of the people that are paying tax, workers. And one thing I want to reiterate, the people that were protesting, this was a very unusual protest. Everyone that was protesting were workers. There were people on the ground who were suffering and their families. And I hope that in the future governments will listen.
Some of those watching this evening may be people who voted for you, others may not be. But they might take the view that this is the first time that the heat got really high when you were in government and you've chosen to walk out of the kitchen.
No. You see, at all times you have to do what's right. I'm not afraid of a challenge. I went into government because I like challenge, I like working, and I delivered to Kerry, and I would be the first person to say the government honoured the commitments that they had given to me, but at the same time I didn't sign up to a government that wouldn't listen to people, and I feel they weren't listening, and that's in particularly leadership.
You and your father before you and your brothers in the Dáil alongside you and your son and your nieces and nephews are on local authorities, you've always been about delivery. It will be much harder to deliver for the people now that you've chosen to give up the highest position of influence you've ever had.
Well, some of the things that are coming to Kerry are locked in place, and they will be honoured and they will be delivered upon, and I'm very happy and grateful and glad of that.
You can be confident about that even despite having walked away from the arrangements you've made.
Yes, but you see, those things are set in stone because now they're part of national policy. For instance, the Kerry-Cork Economic Corridor, big decisions like that were taken, they will be delivered upon.
Are you sad to go?
Of course I am, but I mean, I'm still here to represent, I'm still a Teachta Dála, I'm a messenger of the people, I'm a servant of the people, and they elected me to do a job, and I hope I haven't let anybody down today, but I hope that I've stood with people, and I hope that they will be happy with the difficult decision that I took today, and I'll always do my best, and I've no monopoly on being right, Gavin, about anything, but all I can do is use the best judgment that I can have, and I hope that people will judge me and see that what I've done is, if I was interested in myself, it would have been very easy to stay there for another 4 years or whatever it may be, but I'm guided by doing right by the people, because when I'm meeting people on the doors, when I'm doing my clinics, I'm listening. Late into last night I was doing my clinics. It was during the middle of the night I came up here to Dublin, I didn't actually sleep a wink last night. So look, that's politics, and politics is a tough racket, and but like this thing about did I go away the first minute it got hot? No, that's not true.
But would you go in again if the opportunity ever arises?
Oh look, we'll judge the future as the future comes. We don't know whether we'll wake up in the morning. Do you know, it's as simple as that. So I've no crystal ball to see into the future, but I'll always do my best by the people. They are the bosses, and every politician has to remember that.
Indeed, we will judge by the future as it comes, because according to what I've heard in the grapevine, as of recent, Michael Healy-Rae has basically dropped out of office, basically resignated from Junior Minister of Agriculture for the government, the Irish government, due to all the backlash, of course, and controversy, as a means to possibly use this as some form of integrity bill to try and use this as a form of catalyst to get back into the elections for the next come around, to get back into office into the Irish government, or to get a place in a position of the Irish government or whatever, through some party or, you know, something along the lines of that, some sort of independent election, whatever, you know. What I think though is that we should be cautious and just watch and see, because as he said, we see what the future holds, and I don't think, given what's on account for what he's been known for, we should jump the gun and put him back in, because, like, I'll put it this way, he's not foreign to, or strange to, stabbing his own people in the back, given to what's on account, to what's on account, you know. What I would say is that should be held off for a good while, if not forever, throughout his lifetime. I don't think he should be re-elected into office anytime soon for the Irish government, and I don't think he's fit to run a nation or, well, not as part of the Irish government, that's for sure. I don't agree with how he runs in office as part of the Irish government. I've kind of made that clear in as you see in this whole video already. From how he and his family runs in the nation, where they run mainly their own constituency, which is the county of Kerry. It feels very dynasty-like, like old age dynasty, but in the modern age. It's under the label of now constituency policies and all this shite, right? I don't agree to any of that. I don't agree to that for Ireland. I just don't. But yeah. It's kind of like a municipality, basically. Something along the lines of that. Still, don't agree to it. Because the fact that it's being passed down to his family as well does make us feel like it's kind of like a dynasty. So, yeah, no. As I said, I don't agree. I'm not sure if everyone should be too happy about... I mean, it's great that he resigned, but I would say to look ahead with precaution, or just be cautious overall of Michael Healy-Rae, because he has connections, he has a lot of money, his connections will have power, most likely. He knows people from the IFA, the big and rich farmers. He has stated on Gript Media when he was interviewed about how there is over 170 million out of carbon tax, which he claims is a lot of the tax money that comes from carbon tax. He does say it is a lot, so it could be fair to logicize that that's what he meant.
Minister Healy-Rae, you've obviously been one of the most vocal critics of carbon tax in the Oireachtas for many years. You previously said that it was nonsensical and stupid beyond belief to impose carbon tax on people given the high cost of fuel. You said that it was a horribly mean measure and that it was an awful thing to do to older people and young families. And you said that extra carbon taxes that are to come are unbelievable, unsustainable and unfair. And now obviously the government is implementing carbon tax hikes. You know yourself, there are going to be people who are critical of that change in position. Would you have a response to those critics?
I have an absolute response, and I'm actually delighted that you raised it, because somebody, obviously, that you're not responsible for raised this issue last night, and I'm very glad at the opportunity of clearing the air. If I was dead tomorrow, the carbon taxes that were voted for 3 years ago will continue happily until 2030, with or without me, or with or without my support. An impression was given last night by a person, and the one thing that I won't tolerate, you don't do it, but a person actually put up something that was wrong. It was actually lies. And what it gave the impression to the public was that the government were voting last night, putting forward additional carbon taxes. That didn't happen, because anybody that lives in the real world and wants to be factual and honest knows there was 5 votes last night. Not one of them had anything in the world remotely to do with carbon taxes. Why? Because the carbon taxes that were in place were put there 3 years ago. You were 100% factually correct in what you stated. Every word you attributed to me was right. I said it at the time. I believed it then. And I voted in the way that I voted, which was my right. I was against it. I believed it was unfair and wrong. But whether I like it or not, it's there. Whether I'm a minister supporting this government or not, it's there. It's there until 2030. For any person to give the impression there was a vote last night, that's wrong and misleading. So the answer to you now, we are where we are. The money that's coming from it. There's one thing that I'm glad about it. A lot of it is going to acres. We're going to have 170 million, 173, is it? It's 170 for acres. 170 million for acres, which will be helping our farmers contribute towards helping our environment and doing all of the good schemes that we're all very, very supportive of. So what my answer in blunt terms is, it's happening without me. So the critics of me who want to say, did I turn? I didn't turn anywhere. I had one vote. I exercised it once. And between here and 2030, I or anybody else will not be able to get an opportunity to vote again because you can't go back in it. So I want that to go out, and I want it to go out clear. And people who put up misleading and untrue things, we see so much rubbish on social media and things that are lies and misleading. For God's sake, could people be factual and truthful and do like you, ask a straight question, get a straight answer.
Thanks.
Even though Micheál Martinez came out today on, according to, well, not just according to, but it's accounted for based on what he said on Grip Media today when being interviewed outside of the Leinster House, where he basically decides to say that essentially they make up to 1.4 billion on average from carbon taxes. Probably, what, a statistic from last year alone, or heck, it could even be this year.
By postponing the carbon tax hike, is that not a tacit admission that when the government hikes carbon tax, it does make energy less affordable for people, and that's why it's being introduced as a cost of living measure now?
Well, we've substantially now reduced excise duty and duty on petrol and diesel, and in terms of the carbon tax, it brings in about 1.4 billion, and substantial amount of that funding goes to retrofitting, goes to farmers in terms of the acre scheme and the agri-environmental schemes. And of course, it's very important for fuel poverty. It has enabled us to increase the number of people who receive the fuel allowance, particularly those on the working family payment. So it is a very important source of revenue, but it's not the most significant factor in terms of the overall increase in price. The war has exacerbated increases in fuel costs in Ireland. The Ukrainian war, in terms of the Russian invasion, that started this phase that we're in over the last number of years, where fossil fuel costs are again a determinant factor in economic development. I mean, Europe was on the cusp of economic growth this year. Christine Lagarde, the head of the ECB, was presenting this to the European Council only a month ago, but made the point that the war was now causing them to downgrade economic forecasts globally and within Europe itself. So we're no different to that sense.
They made up to over 4 billion last year on all fuel taxes. So it's really not that hard to believe that 1.4 billion of that could come from carbon tax. And that was only last year alone. So heck, and as I said, that could not even be last year. That could be up to right now, up to date. So it really isn't that. It's like, with how much they are price gouging and inflating taxes, these fake taxes, it's really just, it's just so scummy. So just against everything that they try to claim that they are democracy and for the Irish and all. No, they're not. They are not. They say this whole no confidence vote was fair, that it was all democratic and stuff. Did you know that only the TD's votes mattered? TD is an acronym for Tuachta Dála. It is meant to define as Deputy of the Dáil and or Dáil Deputy. Dáil is the Irish Parliament. And obviously, if you're a deputy of the Dáil, it means you represent the Dáil, which is the Irish Parliament. If the TDs are only allowed to vote and basically no one else is allowed to vote, or like, it's not like their vote gets counted, so same difference in this case, right? It's not like they were giving out a handout to say, oh, you can vote here or whatever. It didn't fucking matter because it was the TD's votes that mattered the most anyways. We all saw it when the no conference meeting was going down and the vote was made in live time on TV for all to see in the Dáil, in Leinster House. It was all recorded and it was all said and done. The government won by 92 and the opposition was 78. That's not even a small gap. That is pretty significant. You gotta remember that with all the bullshit that's going on at the moment, like even outside Leinster House, you have many people in on that day when all that was going down were saying, get them out, chanting, screaming, get them out, roaring, get them out, because they have had enough. And if that is not the important majority or representative faction of the important majority of Irish people in Ireland, and you're saying these TDs are these people who are meant to represent the Irish Parliament, who are supposed to represent democracy on paper, in fine print, right? Which we all know is bullshit because they can lie to their teeth, they can corrupt the system, rot it to the fucking core, and just basically throw all morals and rules out the fucking window. This is how systemically broken and corrupt Ireland is, because this government, because of what fucking laws they allow through, what scandals they get up to, and what these fucking TDs really represent. It's bullshit. And then you have people on Virgin Media News talking about this, another minister and stuff, going on antagonizing protesters, by the way, peaceful protesters, for basically, not, like, in his own words, he basically claims and states that peaceful protesters were not letting emergency transports to get fuel, right?
Look, operational matters are for the Gardaí, not for government. And I think what we're trying to do is to be as understanding as possible. And, you know, I think the core point here is that there is a right to protest, but that doesn't trump, as Kevin said, all other rights. For people to get to school, for people to get to work, for people to get to hospital appointments. And as I said, all I'm asking for here is for a little bit of reflection on that. I understand how frustrating this is for you, James. And I can't imagine financially how hard this is for you and for the protesters. But I'm looking at the bigger situation here for all of society and for essentially for the country to try and look at a way forward here.
James? Last Saturday morning, I got a phone call from men who stayed up all night to keep a man alive who tried to commit suicide due to financial pressure caused by this crisis.
And now I've got word, so I have, that somebody that was with us in Dublin on the protest, and I can't go into it now. I hope it's some sort of a mistake. It wouldn't be somebody that I actually know personally. It wouldn't be somebody that I've spoken to. But it's somebody that was on our protest in Dublin. May have taken their life this morning. Now, that's the stress, that's the pressure that is upon the people.
So don't talk to me about people missing the odd appointment. We told everybody to keep all hard shoulders open, let everybody emerge through, let cars through. We did our best on that. There was no problem there.
Well, now, I do have to say, the Dublin Fire Brigade experienced significant delays responding. They released a statement today saying significant delays responding to emergencies, pleading that the hard shoulder be kept open.
Yeah, well, in all cases, we told everybody to leave the hard shoulder open, and that was the agreement we had with An Garda Síochána before we even started.
Everyone, just for clarification, just to let it out around the waves, and can people share this out? Kevin McPartland, the CEO of Fuels Ireland, put out a statement that the emergency service were blocked going into Finesport, which is completely mistruth. The Gardaí and the superintendent had said here that for emergency services everything was left open, and it was. And I'm going to show you a picture of it just now. So this is what is open. And before you actually go out and make accusations about the peaceful protest here in Fines, about the overtaxation on fuel, that you clarify things and get it correct. So please correct your comments. You were on Radio 1 this morning and other media outlets giving false information to the public. So please correct your comments.
So what has the turnout been like so far, and why have all of these people come out to protest this morning?
Well, the turnout is absolutely massive that I can see so far. I'm on all the WhatsApp groups there, and there is absolutely hundreds blocking all M1, M4, M2, M7, M9. Everything coming into the city is now at a standstill. That's the way we would look at it. I have not had a car pass me for, I'd say, probably 45 minutes. Now, we have let ambulances through on the left-hand side. They're all gone through. There's no problem with that. Or there has been a couple of cars that have come through. Our intention is not to block the road. We just need to get strength in numbers to show this government we can't do this anymore. This is the last thing I and everybody else wants to be doing today. But unfortunately, we have to.
And so what would be your objective? What is the essential message that you're trying to convey to the government at this point?
Well, we need the government to cap diesel at a realistic, affordable price for people. At the end of the day, they take 60% roughly on average when you pay for your diesel. They're taking 60% of what you put in. And that's just not fair. So we're trying to we want the carbon tax gone, because that's the way we all see that is, we're not going to make much of a difference, the small country that we are anyway. And it is an optional thing, and we want it to be brought.
Now, the government themselves say it's not an optional thing. When Taoiseach Simon Harris was speaking a couple of weeks ago, I asked him about this issue, and he said categorically, we will not be getting rid of carbon tax. That's not happening, although some other figures within the government have said that they would like to see it explored. Do you have any kind of thoughts on the senior government's...
Well, being honest, I think they have to start thinking about the people of Ireland. That's what they actually have to start doing. They're saying they can't do it. We know they can. We know they can at the end of the day. This is ridiculous. Like, there's no need for it. The percentage of tax that they are taking off every person when they are putting fuel in their tank, it's just outrageous. So we need to basically stand up to them and say that it's not fair.
The government are talking about a carbon tax increase. There's these annual scheduled increases which are coming up. Do you have any thoughts on that specifically?
Yeah, we know about this as well. Yeah, the government honestly have to think about this. Obviously, we don't want this, and we're saying to them, no, we want the carbon tax gone altogether, and they're thinking of putting it up. Like, seriously, it's not fair. Like, the messages we are getting off people is outrageous. Like, there's people there, there's kids trying to go to school, and the school buses are saying that they want €50 extra per week per child. Okay, now the families, can't afford this, but then you have the bus driver then actually can't run his buses then because he's not getting enough money. They have to think about all this. This is going to have a massive effect on people. Like, every week it's going up. They gave us 20 cent off diesel, and a couple of days before that it went up 20 cent, and then a couple of days after that it's gone up 12 cent. They are going to have to start realise that this is just, they have to step in and help the Irish people. They have to. We're the people that keep this country afloat. Truck drivers, farmers, construction industry, and we need them to basically listen to us.
Are those the groups that are coming out today, or are there any other? I think I saw, was it taxis are also represented, or what? Who?
We have taxis. We have an awful lot of busmen. We have an awful lot of fishermen. That's what we have as well, which was unbelievable. We didn't realise we were going to get so many fishermen. Like, I actually had a person on to me there the other day, and he's 320 boats up in Donegal out in the sea. and he is struggling. Right now, he is struggling. He said he doesn't know what's going to happen. This is going to have a massive effect on the whole nation. There's going to be people out with jobs. There's going to be new, food shortages on the shelves at the supermarkets. So it's just, they really need to start listening to the Irish people. That's what they have to do. And now this is really showing strength in numbers. As I said, we're not out here to cause any trouble. We just want the government to listen to us.
Well, that was going to be my other question, because of course there has been massive controversy around Extinction Rebellion type protests, where they would be seen to be blocking roads for almost the opposite cause, saying that the government should ban fossil fuels altogether and so on. And some of those protests, people found them very annoying. I don't know, do you have any response to somebody who might be commuting to work this morning who's slapping the dashboard?
The way it is, we understand, but we're actually doing that for them as well. That's what they have to look at. We are doing this for them. You know, at the end of the day, they're all putting diesel into their tanks as well. And it's just not fair, like, you know, that's... it's just not fair at the end of the day on everybody. But people have to realise that this is the last thing, as I said, we want to do. We do not want to do this. I do not want to be out here. This morning I looked at my own bank balance on it, like, you know, like everybody is. And now we have to go along and put diesel into the trucks now all the time. It's just unfair.
Have you got any support from political parties or any political figures for the protest?
Yes, we do for definite. We have a lot of TDs and everything on our side, which is great. And we are getting the support from a lot of independent TDs. Obviously, we have Ain2, I think, are supporting us as well. We have a lot of Sinn Féin members on board as well with us. So, yeah, it's... yeah, we are definitely getting the support this time. It's definitely something like that.
And has the government responded at all yet?
We are waiting. We were hoping that we were going to get something back on Saturday from the government, but like that, we never did. We never got a response at all. Now, apparently, there has been talks and they have responded, but we're waiting for that to come through now to see what's happening.
David Hall, CEO of Lifeline Ambulances. David, you run emergency vehicles around the country. From your perspective, how has this worked?
Hi, Claire. Yeah, look, I think the protests have been very well organised. They've been very well structured. They have made provision for emergency vehicles, be it fire, ambulance and Gardaí, to use the bus lane or use the outside lane. Has been very, very cordial. Lifeline Ambulance Service moved 200 patients today, 7 incubators, and also we're on standby and we cover all of the organ transplants throughout the country. So things have moved normally, things have moved effectively, as Richard has said. Then the city centre is jammed at the moment. Dublin city centre is jammed, yet the bus lane is open for emergency vehicles, and emergency vehicles can get around. I think this is one of those protests that generally affects everybody, and I think many people looking today say don't want to be inconvenienced but understand why, and this has a ripple effect through every member of society.
We are hearing from people who are missing medical appointments as a result of these protests, but certainly for you running an ambulance service with the sirens on in the bus lanes, you're having no issues.
No issues, and many of our transfers wouldn't even need blue lights and sirens, Claire. But ultimately, I, as a business, have an 87,000 a month bill for diesel. Ambulances don't run on air. Indeed, ambulances need diesel to run, and many ambulance services require diesel. We don't get the VAT rebate. We are the same as any of the hauliers. We are under immense pressure, and many people will be under pressure in that regard. Households, staff coming to work. This has a massive knock-on effect, and we have probably one of the most critical 24 hours in the history of the state, given the impact that the United States may have on Iran tonight, and we need action on this. And those
so you agree with people out protesting today, David?
I have 200 staff. I have an €87,000 bill. There was €67,000 in January. And this is affecting my own staff and their impact and ability to come to work and the longevity. Many businesses, Claire, won't be open after the summer. Many businesses will be closed, waiting for an in-fuel. The state, I don't understand. I'm never great at maths. The current package the government announced said 250 million between now and May. Yet, on average, 40 million extra per week has been taken in excise. Extra per week has been taken in. That's 320 million versus 250 million being given out. Nobody needs to be a mathematical genius to work that one out. Something doesn't stack up, something doesn't add up, and urgency is required, not dithering.
And I think there's certain pushback on that around the calculations about the particular tax take, but you'd be looking for price caps at this point, would you?
There needs to be an immediate action in relation to price protection, price caps. This affects all walks of life. Everybody who's working, who's providing services. And the state ultimately, by the way, has a major risk here in relation to bus, school, haulage supplies, food supplies, transport, ambulance services, patients. There's an immense amount of stuff on the line. And I just hope the ministers are around this week to deal with whatever happens over the coming months.
All right. David Hall, giving us your take on the protest today. David Hall, CEO of Lifeline Ambulances. Thank you for joining us on the programme.
Because there were these blockades, right? I mean, okay, fair enough. They were stopping fuel from going to stations when they had stopped fuel from getting out of Whitegate oil refinery. They were stopping it from getting to the ports. They were doing stuff like this. And they were stopping roads and stuff as well. But they were lenient as well. They were peaceful. They were being peaceful when protesting. They were willing to come to terms. They were willing to negotiate. And when it was a matter of emergency, they were willing to let people go by. There is video evidence of this. There is recordings caught of this. There's acknowledgements made from people who work in the emergency sectors, such as medical sectors, paramedic sectors, all of these professional sectors who have acknowledged and said on video, on podcasts, on interviews, on radio, all on video, have acknowledged that the protesters have been peaceful. They have been decent, fellow, and are willing to come to common ground on certain things that are obviously of great real world import. They have not stopped, at least by majority, emergency transports. And they are willing to offer, not just be lenient for, but even offer fuel to those who actually need it. But that doesn't mean they're not gonna doesn't mean they're gonna drop everything and stop all these protests, stop the blockades and stuff. The reason they were doing it is because of the government's response, their shitty response, when they refused to do the meeting and negotiate terms, refused the offer and send out the army instead. That's why they were protesting. That's why these blockades even happened. So you really need to look and see who the real antagonist is. And by the way, do you think these emergency transport vehicles and everything, do you think the people driving in them and all this other crap, do you think they're happy about the taxes? Because I can assure you, they are also falling at the detriment of these fucking taxes. By the way, that does include taxes like payee tax, PRSI tax, and other workers' taxes. They are not... It's just so fucking crazy how blind this government dictatorship, fucking tyrannical, borderline, fucking totalitarian, aiming totalitarian, favoring totalitarian government is. Because that's what they are becoming, if not that already. The ministers are all fucking criminals. They're all favoring themselves and sleeping in the same fucking bed. Michael Healy-Rae, he may have resigned, but as I said, he's still a TD. He still acknowledges to be a TD, even though he's no longer Junior Minister of Agriculture. He can clearly still walk into Leinster House any fucking day of the week and still get along with his buddies. He can still talk to people on IFA. He still has all these powerful connections. He's no stranger to going against the public interest of Ireland. He's no stranger to stabbing other people in the back in favour of his own greater benefit. Michael Healy-Rae, with all due respect, did do something courteous by resigning. But I don't think it should be overly publicised and should earn him back the integrity of the Irish people. I know he has a better reputation in Kerry alone. He favours Kerry people. He considers that his constituency. And he feels there is more control he has there alone over all of Ireland. But I don't think Michael Healy-Rae is fit to be praised by the Irish people, is fit to earn back the integrity of the Irish people, by majority of course, and is fit to run in office and their government for the Irish nation as a whole. That is Ireland. I don't think he's fit to run Ireland. I think him, as well as many other TDs, need to be sacked. They need to be removed from office, and there needs to be reform now. There needs to be better interests and better realistic consequences that people can actually see, not just stuff written on paper, stuff that is really actually apparent, that people could see happening in real time in Ireland, where tax money is actually going back into the country and not being written off as something that just ends up going into the abyss because no one knows what the fuck happened to it. Or even if they do, it ends up going somewhere or anywhere but Ireland. Or if it does go in Ireland, it gets overspent, most of it. And then it makes you think, why was so much money spent on something just so fucking minuscule in Ireland? Was there where is all that extra money going? It really is suspicious. It really makes you think, it's like they're trying to hide something. Because in reality, in no world does, for example, a couple of fucking bike sheds cost up to €300,000. In no world does a hospital for fucking children or whatever, like this hospital that you're trying to build, right? This hospital that was supposed to be under €1 billion now costing up to over 2 billion. What are we doing? And it's still not built, by the way. There's all these things that you're trying to say you're doing, but the result shows otherwise.
I think it would be 2026, and I think that for the following reasons. One, we are going to get the hospital from BAM, which is the building, just the building, at the end of June 2025. It has always been the case, this isn't a delay, this has always been the case that there would be a 6 to 9 month commissioning phase. So that means putting in the surgical equipment, putting in the beds, putting in the laboratories, training the staff, the 4,000 staff from 3 different hospitals. That work has already begun off-site, but the on-site piece of that and training in a new digital healthcare system. So that is between 6 and 9 months. The previous minister gave those figures many, many times. And generally, the international evidence that I've looked at so far shows that that commissioning phase can take 10 and 12 months in hospitals that we have been examining and working with.
And then you have the Acres scheme. The Acres scheme, which, by the way, I've only heard Michael Healy-Rae praise. I've never heard anyone else praise this. I've heard Micheál Martin bring it up. But really, he's saying that there's money going to this scheme and retrofitting. Michael Healy-Rae comes out and says there's only a small bit over 170 million going to this scheme. But carbon tax, there's been 1.4 billion made from carbon tax. So what does that tell you? Because according to Mikey Ray, he says it's a lot, but it clearly isn't. The maths just says otherwise. But what they're saying, the maths just says otherwise. And it's fucking carbon tax. It's supposed to reduce CO2 emissions. But apparently they're more interested in basically bumping those CO2 emissions up by basically pumping the money into fuel allowance that allows people to use more fuel, which emits more CO2. It's really ironic, but by the way, that's not entirely true, because as I said in my last video, it's not exactly that easy to get on fuel allowance. So that's also kind of just bullshit. A lot of that money is not really going to fuel allowance. It's clearly, a lot of it clearly isn't going to the acres scheme, and I don't think the acres scheme is for every fucking farmer, because as I said, Mikey Ray is the only one who's actually praised it out aloud. And I don't even see the realistic results of the acres scheme. I don't see all this biodiversity they're yapping about in the acres scheme in real time. I don't see the farmers going on this mass fucking debut of biodiversity and all these other fucking things that the scheme is supposed to offer, that basically they are talking about that the tax money is supposed to go into. Like, yes, it's a little over 170 million, which in its own right, it should be enough to be noticeable. But it is not. I assume the acre scheme has been around, long enough that clearly you'd think by now it would be more visible to the real world. In Ireland, obviously, because it's for Ireland. I don't see it. What I see is a destruction of a nation, including the biosphere within the environment, and that would obviously include plant life and everything as well. When you invite all these illegals into the country, when you consider all of them and what damage they're doing to the country, along with basically the mishandling and overusage of illegal drugs and fucking all these other issues, like littering and all these other crimes that don't get taken care of, and basically get racially appropriated, where in a way certain people can do this and others cannot. It's not right. And I'm also going to just blow the tin off the fucking can here and say, when someone calls you a far right, far left, they have basically essentially stood away from what those words originally meant. And it's kind of just ruined the definition and basically just real world value of those words, the real world definitional value of those words. Did you know that once upon a time, where those words originated, by the way, it was to do with geopolitics, where it was a hemispherical based thing. Basically, back in the Civil War, it was mainly where it originated and was used, where basically the Russians were considered and termed far right, the Russians were considered and termed far left or left, basically because they were on the left hemisphere, as where the Americans were right or far right. But everything else that came after that was ideological, and those were isms like systems or some other form of ideal to take into a real world practical value or put into practice for the real world. So those things were not automatically meaning that you were right or left. The right or left was to do with which part of the world you came from based on the hemisphere. And obviously centrism would have been more introduced with Europe and stuff. But it was never anything to do with the ideologies. When it became more about ideologies and less about geopolitics or just geometry with politics, when it became more about that, about just ideologies for themselves, then it was kind of just terming it in a way where it was about, oh, you're center fucking, you're on a center for, I don't know, let me think, for nationalism. Let's say nationalism. So you're on the center for nationalism. That means you could be like between supporting your nation and not supporting your nation or some bullshit like that. So it was like kind of taking these, oh, you're right, as in you're more for the extreme of that ideal versus your left, you're more not you're for more for the extreme of not being in that ideal versus the center, which is you're more in between. That kind of felt like where it was going at first. And it got even more skewed and more confusing because people didn't even know what the fuck they were talking about anymore. That's how unhinged and out of hand these terminologies got. So it turns out I was wrong. But that's why I do my research. So, as it states here, that basically the right and the left, rightism, leftism, originated from the French Revolution. And as you can see here, it says that the revolutionaries of the French Revolution were seen on the left side, and they were radicals who supported the revolution, circularism, and the abolition of the monarchy. As were the right, the loyalists, seated on the right side, they supported the monarchy, the king, the tradition, and the established church. So, sorry for the yap prior to this. I was wrong. I am sorry for that. I hope you will forgive me. I think it is good to take into account that the Cold War, not the Civil War, by the way, I pronounced that. I basically misused words on that one. So I was incorrect in me as well. But basically it was the Cold War is what I was referring to. And basically, yeah, I saw it as basically, because based on the Cold War, that was a way you could look at it back then. And that was a way it was getting looked at back then from some people. But either way, there's multiple ways you could term right and left, right? It's very ambiguous with leftism and rightism. Because you have to remember, at the end of the day, these are system words that they're going back to whatever the fuck left and right is, right? It's basically like saying, oh, I'm for this or I'm not for this. That's basically what it's trying to sound like. And I do actually say this in the end of my yap, which I've said prior, that it's basically, oh, I'm like if you say you're far right, I'm extremely for this, versus far left, I'm extremely not for this. You know? And that goes either for or against basically what is the ideology that is actually in practical effect, that is running and operating the current system right now. Whatever that applies to, you know, that be whatever. Right? And yeah, that's basically all I have to say, but I will just, let's scroll down here and just add this into the video. Because, you know, information. Useful. Yeah. Alright. Back into the rest of the video. Thank you for giving me an extra few minutes to clarify this. Peace out. An additional note onto what I just said a moment ago is that rightism and leftism, specifically from where it originated, which was the French Revolution, interestingly enough, it was about either basically saying, I have a monarchy, I have the establishment of the church, form of religion, and basically my traditions, all in support and in favor of, versus the left, which supported circularism, the abolition of basically the monarchy, and the religion with it. And I suppose on top of that, it was to revolute against any system that basically, I suppose, they claim was far right. But it's interesting because, in a way, left and right both have the same end goals at their most extreme levels, which is to control the world. And segregation is going to be a natural order. You're always going to have conflicts there and stuff. So it's never going to truly be 100% control the world 100% of the time. But on top of that, taking the words in these terminologies and taking it in what they originally meant according to what was shown on the screen a moment ago. What I can say is that I'm not entirely with the sentiment of the left for being circular without having some sort of greater fate. I think religion is more important and has more of an effect on circular reality than people realize. It has its own sort of circular effect, if you get what I'm saying. Of course, there's no evidence that God is real, the Almighty God, of course. But there's also no evidence that he is not real. And personally, based on the logic there and what is evidential and what we do already know, I would be more inclined to be religious and worship an Almighty God versus not. Over the simple fact that everything simply exists in the way it is, it's because of God. And not just because of nothing, but of course, nothing could be its own concept as well in a greater grand scheme of things, which God is above even that. And of course, that's not that's not the limits. There's much more to it. It's not that simple, but it can be that simple, but it's not. There's many ways you can go into that topic, but what I think, I think leftism, from this terminological point of view, has its flaws. But I also don't think that if rightism, from this terminology, has to be solely monarchies. I think that also has its flaws, but it depends. Depends on how far you can go with that. Like monarchy, even just in a lingual sense, and how you're going to apply it. It's interesting. Interesting stuff. But in terms of Ireland being right, the king, monarchy, and all this shit, yeah, kind of bullshit if you ask me. But sure, we already know that. We're nationalists, sure, but we're not that fucking bad. And it's sad because it's just like people clearly don't understand linguistics or politics enough to really even understand what the fuck they're saying anymore. And this government, for example, is a prime example of that. They're bullshit talkers, full of fucking nonsense. They have no idea what they're talking about, and they're more worried about themselves more than any fucking thing else. They don't actually care about you. They don't care about these emergency transports or these people who try to paint as fucking victims so they can antagonize someone else. They don't care. They didn't care about when they had to lock the whole fucking country down and no one was allowed to go anywhere, and they would criminalize you for trying to go anywhere and fine you and all the rest during COVID because the fucking pandemic. The pandemic. Remember that? And like, it's stuff like this, these double fucking standards, which, by the way, even TDs like Michael Healy-Rae is not a foreigner too. He's not a foreigner to double standards. Neither is any of these political suits who are currently trying to be and stay in office right now. Trying to run this country to the fucking ground. They are all what you consider your typical general sense politician of the modern age. Deceitful fucking bastards. Because that's all we see out of politicians. They're just deceitful, mainly of self-interest, and really just fucking idiots talking a load of nonsense and bullshit, and they're not meant to lead a nation. They're not leaders. They are fucking pathetic. That's what they are. And it just needs to stop. There needs to be reformation. Politics as a whole just needs to be painted in a better light, to be fair. Needs to be better leaders. There needs to be a more of a stabilization on what actually matters and what mattered about politics, not this bullshit that has kind of just skewed the whole fucking thing and ruined the definition of politics and is still ruining it. It needs to all be fixed, is what I'm saying. From the governments to the systems to the nations to the international interests to just fucking the globe, and how it's all handled, how people are able to communicate with each other, and how people are able to lead, and how people are able to just, I suppose, manage things, calculate in an economically competent manner, and of course be able to establish what is more important. If you're going to suit the idealism of a nation, then you have to be nationalist. Nations exist because of history. Okay? Nations are a real world thing. As much as people do not want to accept it, even the globalists, right, who try to push it all into one singular, controllable thing, because it's much easier to control one thing versus all separate things. Point is, that won't happen because people don't want that. And to be quite frank, segregation is a natural order, even among humans. I mean, if history doesn't show you that, then I don't know what will. But we need to learn collectively, of course, collectively, even individually, we need to learn how to establish our ideals, establish our interests. Remember that, of course, the majority will typically have the most real world importance, because even beyond what you believe with democracy as an ideal, the fact of the matter is the real world economy bends to the real world majority first in terms of people power. So that's just how the world works today. It's how the world has worked for a long time. It's because the majority holds the most strength, and that creates the most influence. It's as simple as that. I believe that we are going to see better days. Sorry if this has been a tad bit too philosophical for some, but yeah, I'm gonna end my Yapnum opus here. Actually, I will bring up one more thing because I think it's important to add this in, just for clarity, right? Because I like people to kind of figure these things out, but I do like to give out the idea there so people know, because it's good to know things and try to figure it out for yourself, but it's also good to give the nudge, because I feel like knowledge being given out like that can be important. And that is about racism. I can't hear people going around saying, "Oh, you're racist for this, you're racist for that." Look up what racism is. It basically means a system of race, right? Typically, that is the linguistic based definition, because it's RAC, obviously E, but the E is replaced with an I because it's a vowel, and it's because it's using a suffix, which is ism. And basically ism means system. So basically what racism typically means, commonly with today in most dictionaries, is a system of race that you would obviously favor over another. And basically, race, as we all know, is not limited to just skin color or skin in general. Race can actually be as simple as an idea. If you look up what the definition of race is, it'd be simple as an idea. Like at the end of the day, it's basically just trying to say you're distinguishable. You're distinguished. You are able to be distinguished from something else in some way, shape, or form. And when you consider that, you realize then racism is essentially applied to us all. It's a conception or concept that just it would naturally apply to everyone inherently from the moments that the moment they really come to exist, and in every moment of all of their existence, no matter what. When you realize that, it's like, oh, racism isn't really that. It's not really that bad anymore, is it? Because it can also be a good thing when you think about it as well. It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be inherently a bad thing, right? What people commonly misconstrue racism with is the bad kind of racism, and the bad kind of racism is typically that's when you denigrate or basically try to be derogatory in a racist light or sense or meaning, definition, whatever. And that obviously entails something like prejudicial comments about someone's skin color or their eye color, their hair color, whatever, right? It could be their nationality, whatever. Ethnicity, who fucking cares, right? It could be anything like that. And it's basically that is not good racism. I obviously agree, I don't think that is ever good racism, but I don't think it should be misconstrued. I know why people say racism, and because it's like, oh, it's a common term now, and people just think that that's what it automatically means, but that's not what it means. That is a specific type of racism. That's more of a terminological type of racism. It is a derogatory form of racism. It is not applying to the general meaning or definition of racism, which is more basic, more generalized, is the general sense of racism is more generalized than the specific derogatory terminological version. I think that's important to note. But yeah, I'm against derogatory racism for sure. I mean, like, derogatory racism probably, like, you're not going to be able to avoid it forever. People are going to end up being derogatorily racist in some way, some fashion, even if it's on accident, right? But, like, fact of the matter is that everyone is racist. Not derogatory, like, people, I'm not saying everyone is, like, intentionally derogatorily racist. I'm not trying to say that. But I am trying to say that in a general sense, everyone would be racist. Because it's too broad of a meaning and it can apply to everyone, and it does, technically. Like, you can make it. It's just that simple. So obviously it does. So as for derogatory racism, yeah, I don't know. As long as you're not in, like, see, not everyone's the same, right? You have to understand that as well. Some people just they could have their reasons, or that, do you know what I mean? It could just be a matter of that. But it's just like, if you don't like them, then that's fine as well. You could disagree with them. Everyone has their reasons, but it's just like, do what you will with that. Me personally, I wouldn't be going out of my way to try and be derogatorily racist. I would much rather try to get along with people, you know. I find it more in my interest to try and build engagements, if that makes sense. But engagement sounds weird. Interactions. Let's say interactions. There's more I feel that you can benefit from stuff like that. It's more creating suppose creating bonds and stuff, but also like it opens up a lot of avenues, you know, that could help you. Making friends and stuff is very important, you know, or just having that social circle increase. It doesn't even have to be to do with friends, but just increasing that social circle. You don't realize, but that can do you the world of good, man. And that's advice that should be given to everyone. But everyone has their own way of doing that as well. You have to remember that. And yes, it doesn't work the same for everyone. How you socialize and stuff. There's a reason why socializing with certain people and how you socialize with those people will matter, because not everyone works the same, you know? And then you also have to remember as well that you can't just be friends with everyone. You know what I mean? The tribes and all this shit. Like, it really is weird. I suppose if you figure it out, if you do the maths, you do the fucking calculations, well, you could probably get around it. Based on what you know and based on what's there, what's opportunities can be taken. But that's for you to deal with. That's not for everyone, you know. And not everyone is able to do that anyways, but sure. Here, I'm going to stop yapping. I'm going on too long about this. I am going to get on out of here. My throat is fucking killing me right now. I think there's like a fly in my room, dude. I'm going to have to kill this fly. I don't know, he's some fucker buzzing around there. But anyways, thank you for watching this video. I hope it was informative. Irish people, don't give up. Please, for the love of God, just keep protesting. What I would say to do now is just continue the peaceful protests. Continue doing what you were doing. I don't know if I don't think we should escalate. But there is a but. What I will say is, let things play out, obviously. Continue your peaceful protests. If the government continues to, I suppose, harass or attack peaceful protesters for basically showing the truth, showing how they truly feel about who's in office and what is truly the opposite of democratic going on in this nation. If they show oppression to you peaceful protesters and stuff, then honestly, I wouldn't even be I wouldn't even be against if you had or were to defend yourself or were willing to or had the idea. In a case scenario like that, whether it's someone with the badge, you know, Garda or member of the fucking army, IDF, Irish Defence Force, whatever, right? If someone is coming, like, how many chances have we given this government? And there's fucking people being fucking raped and stabbed and all this other fucking shit from illegals and everything coming into the fucking country. And these people get let off scot-free because of the government. The government allowed this. Otherwise, these people wouldn't be allowed to do this. It's up to the government to stop that. It's up to the Justice Minister. He is the one of the main ministers responsible, Jim McCann, for administering and ensuring that things like this don't happen. We have all these people out, all these authoritative figures, the Gardaí, the IDF, who are basically there to enforce laws, right? And safe. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it, right? Because originally the Gardaí were for the people. Not for the fucking people in office. For the majority of people, like the Irish people. And I'm talking about in Ireland, obviously. They were there to guard. That's what they called the Gardaí. They're not like for policies in the sense that, oh, it's something written in paper. No, the Gardaí were there as guards to protect the Irish people. It was more in the interest of the Irish people than it was for something written on fucking paper. Because it was the real world things that mattered more. and there was more morality around all of that. I think you guys kind of get what I'm talking about here. So, yeah, that's like you can look into the history on that, right? There, you just do the research, you'll find it yourself. But the Gardaí have lost their way, and I think maybe like there are probably still some out there who get it. I know there's a lot who called in sick as well. I heard about that. So I'm not saying all of them, but those who have, and the obviously the foreign traders and the commission, like the fucking Canadian one and all them, all those traders, they should be called out. If you're a foreigner and you're a Gardaí, bro, just stop. It's fucking cringe, right? Just stop. If you're Irish and you're a Gardaí, you seriously need to be retaught and reminded what the fuck you're wearing that badge for, right? What it means to be a Gardaí, a member of the Garda, an Irish protector, Ireland's Guard. I don't know. I'm probably just yapping now, but like, I think I've made my point. You probably get it. It's just fucking disheartening, man. It's disgusting the way this country's gone with this fucking government and the authority that is just going around and just stupidly, blissfully, ignorantly doing all the worst fucking wrong things. I say worst, it definitely can get worse, but it's not like anyone wants to see that as it stands. It's already at its current worst. It just has to fucking stop. It has to turn around, This isn't Ireland. We want Ireland back. We want the innocence of Ireland back. The traditions of Ireland back, We want our nation back. Is that too much to ask for? Come on. Come on now. Well, I said in my last video that some of, if not a lot of, the Gardaí now are foreigners. They're not even Irish. And so I wanted to back up that claim by essentially adding on to the thesis with some valid and or justifiable pieces of evidence for such a claim. And this will make such thesis more appropriate to use. Because when you take all these things into account and theorize on why and hypothesize on why a lot more now of our Gardaí are not even Irish but foreigners, then with all the evidence shown there and what is demographically apparent and what is currently going on at the moment, it just makes more sense, really. That's all you can really say about it. And it seems that according to Dáil Éireann, this was like not even that long ago, to be honest, that a lot of our Gardaí are no longer working as Gardaí, and that the An Garda Síochána, I suppose, employment rate is at the lowest it's ever been in 20 years now. And it's the lowest in Europe, apparently. And what did the government have to say about this in response? Well, they said that basically it was wrong. But they also said that they were going to continue to improve it anyways. And I think we can all now see how that is going, how that is operating. It's, sad but annoying at the same time. It's all just a grieving. It's not going well. It's going all downhill, man. All downhill.
Deputy Pater Tobin.
Gurmila Margaret, Alaska and Cordia. Taoiseach, most Garda divisions now have fewer frontline officers than this time last year. That's a shocking headline currently throughout the country. In the 560 Garda stations that exist, the number has fallen from 12,045 Gardaí to 11,928 Gardaí. In Waterford, the number of Gardaí has fallen by 24. In Louth, Cavan and Monaghan, the number of Gardaí has fallen by 48. In Roscommon and Longford, the number of Gardaí has fallen by 22. In Meads, my own county, the county with the lowest number of Gardaí per capita in the state, in our division, the number of Gardaí has fallen again. So now, in actual real terms, the Garda numbers have fallen below 2020 figures. They've actually fallen in real terms below 2009 figures. And believe it or not, in per capita figures, we have lower number of Gardaí now than we had 20 years ago in 2005. An incredible situation. So under Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, Ireland has now its lowest number of Gardaí in 20 years per capita. And that's on the basis that Ireland has also got the lowest number of Gardaí per capita in the whole of the European Union. An incredible situation where police forces right across Europe have far more police per capita than Ireland. Now, we're seeing rural Garda stations that were closed, and that's had an enormous level of damage across the country. And the refusal by the government to staff those Garda stations is actually leaving those communities exposed to crime. It is a competitive advantage to criminals that your party and Fine Gael have closed Garda stations around the country. In my own county, Ballivor, Longwood, Summerhill, Athboy, Oldcastle, all have Garda stations that are hardly opened at the moment. And these are typical of many other towns throughout the country that have been abandoned by your government to crime. These towns had functional Garda stations 100 years ago, when the state hadn't got a shilling to rub together and where crime was about a quarter of what it is now. Now, more Gardaí are resigning than ever before. More Gardaí are retiring than ever before. More Gardaí are being attacked on a daily basis than ever before. Drew Harris has lost the dressing room. There's a universal lack of confidence in Drew Harris amongst the Gardaí, and this is leading to a substantial increase in crime. Burglaries are increasing at a serious rate. Violent burglaries are increasing. There's now a person's property being broken into every 50 minutes in this country. We've seen theft offences, kidnappings, firearms, explosive offences, public order offences, violent crime, attempted murders, assaults, shootings and drug importations and arson attacks, all increasing at the moment. Taoiseach, this is your Ireland at the moment. Now, I would like to ask the government, will they invest in real terms in Garda paying conditions? Will they reopen the many Garda stations that have been closed? And I will say this, in conclusion, you have a situation now where Garda stations, 56 of them, don't even have an assigned Garda. You would think that having a Garda would be a key component to a Garda station. And yet we don't have this. Will you reopen those Garda stations and make sure that they're properly staffed?
Well, first of all, I want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to An Garda Síochána and to the members of An Garda Síochána for the outstanding work that they do in a much more complex society than previous decades in protecting our citizens, working with our citizens every day of every week, and they do exceptional work. And our overall Garda workforce is higher than it has ever been. I know you slipped in the per capita, but it's the highest it's ever been. And we do know during COVID, with the closure of Templemore and so forth, that there was a subsequent delay in terms of the recruitment of An Garda Síochána. The latest recruitment campaign, by the way, was hugely successful in that it attracted around 6,700 applications. And our objective is to get as many Gardaí on the street as we possibly can. I know Minister Callaghan is working with An Garda Commissioner in relation to that. We now we're higher, if you take Garda, the Garda workforce in its entirety is at about 18,000 as we speak. The budget was increased last year by 500 million. That's 27% increase on the Gardaí since 2020. Now, on another day, you'll come in about value for money and waste of government expenditure and all of that. Like, no one can question the fact that there's been very substantial resources allocated, way and above what would normally be the annual increase, by the way, in terms of government expenditure. And we need to be conscious of that as well, particularly as we enter potentially more economically turbulent times. And the issue, I mean, I think the budget for the Garda is about 2.48 billion. This is huge sums of money. We've increased the Garda training allowance to 354 per week. The age of entry has increased from 35 to 50, and the mandatory retirement age has gone to 62. And Minister Callan has continued his substantial discussions with the Commissioner in terms of how we can even improve recruitment further. I think the current capacity in Templemore is about 800 a year. The target is 5,000 over the next 5 years. We will have to increase training capacity to achieve that target, and we're committed to actually doing that. And a new group has been established to achieve that and to make sure we can reach those figures. And there's a group formed, it's finalising its report, expected in mid-25 this year, and that will recommend a whole series of actions to take to enable us to get to the 5,000 increase that we require. So all effort has been made to increase the recruitment. And then in terms of deployment, I think you may be aware of the report today on public order policing, substantial increase and expansion of capacity in that area alone, which is to be welcome, and much better resourcing of An Garda Síochána in that sphere over the last year or so.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
As well. So I mean, I'm hopeful and maybe a better disposition, a more positive disposition than you would have, obviously, in respect of the future of An Garda Síochána and our capacity to state resources.
Can I say you have a more positive disposition than anybody living in those towns without a Garda station, Taoiseach, in reality? And just to focus in on the Garda Inspectorate report on public order policing that you mentioned there, it's really important to say that that was published 7 years ago, Taoiseach, 7 years ago. Now, I've asked numerous Ministers for Justice, have the recommendations of that report actually been implemented? 3 months after I asked Helen McEntee that question, have they been implemented? I got an answer back in a parliamentary question which said she doesn't know the answer to that and she will give me the answer to that when she can. I asked the same question of the new Minister for Justice who came back to me in the last month, and he said 7 years after they were published, that the department is considering the recommendations of that particular report. It's an incredible situation. If those recommendations had been implemented, we could have mitigated against the worst damage of the Dublin riots. We could have mitigated against the massive cost of those Dublin riots, not just in financial terms to the taxpayer, but the massive cost to our reputation internationally in relation to the damage that was done in those Dublin riots. We don't have a public order unit specifically. What we have is other Gardaí that are actually taken out of Garda stations and put into a public order unit for a period of time. So when
Deputy Tobin, here, resume your seat, please.
Garda Inspectorate report in full.
Sorry, there was a Garda Inspectorate report today in respect of domestic. Now, you have a habit of going back. Yeah. I mentioned public order report. The Minister today updated Cabinet in terms of the progress we've made in terms of public order units, public order resources, a whole suite of improvements that actually have happened, Deputy. That actually have happened, right? They have. And I'll ask the Minister to brief you after the session in terms of the progress that has been made. And it has been significant, and so it should be. Now, you mentioned the Dublin riots there, and again, we should always be conscious. We're not alone in this. I met with the British Prime Minister with 4 other government ministers the week before last in terms of the annual summit. And the events that are happening now are triggered by how certain people behave outside of the House, obviously, in terms of provocateurs or whatever, people who are determined to exploit given situations to create rioting and to create a very negative and violent reaction and so forth.
Your time has concluded.
The exact same thing happened in the United Kingdom with devastating impact on given towns and so on, as you know. And we have to be very vigilant about that. We do have to protect our Gardaí. And one of the most important things we're keen on doing is accessing legislation in terms of facial recognition and use of modern technological techniques and capacity, which some of the House, of course, oppose. But I think if we had that capacity, I think we would improve our responses to events like the Dublin rioting to make sure that people are prosecuted faster and held to account much faster than perhaps prior to
that concludes this session. We're moving on now to the order of business and questions on policy and legislation. Call on Standing Order 35. We call on Chief Whip Mary Butler to move the arrangements for the week's business.
I move Laskin Corley.
Moved. Is that agreed?
And then not that long after, we see advertisements and basically promotions and all these campaigns and stuff about how the Gardaí are basically saying, oh, it's okay to let other people in to being a Garda or a member of Garda Síochána. Like, for example, remember that one where they were trying to teach the Gardaí and then basically say and to go out and into these mosques and stuff and basically were trying to say we should be more open to letting Muslims into Garda Síochána and basically employing Muslim stuff. It's just like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's just fucking crazy, dude. Absolutely crazy.
We need the Muslim community represented in Garda Síochána. The inspector is just going to talk to you about what you need, how long you have to live in Ireland, what qualifications you might need to join Garda Síochána, but please don't rule it out. We need the Muslim community represented in Garda Síochána. We need a lot of different communities. It can't be all Irish men and women. Does that make sense? We have printed out, I think Don Ahmed told me, I think you've something like, in your 26 different nationalities in the mosque.
Hey, check out this modern age, modern era, abject black and tan over here. Yeah, they're basically trying to shit talk Irish fuel protesters as of the recent bygone fuel protest. Truly disgusting. Absolutely disgusting stuff. Wouldn't even find this in the fucking territory of vultures. It's sickening. This person's a fucking... Even witches could do better than a person like this. And I don't even want to call her a woman, right? It's a thing. That's what it is. Fucking black and tan, abject thing.
Shower of wankers. Guys, just look. Guys, just sitting under. Guys.
Campaigns of them spastic with Irish flags, show up their age. Dopes. Ticket country fucking soup. Dopes.
Absolute wankers. Good God. Look at that. Holy shit. Exactly 5 hours later, we have concluded the journey to Ballincollig.
Phase 1 of the journey.
It should have taken only 3 hours. It took 5 fucking hours. So before we collect our children, we're going to go for a drink. No. Are you in support of the protesters?
Not anymore, no.
No. They can all go and fuck themselves. Shower of pricks. And they all smirking as they were fucking diverting us like to nowhere. No. Fuck the protesters. Give us fucking diesel. Give us fucking petrol. Yeah. Fuck it. 5 hours. I look like I've just stepped off the plane.
They wonder why Irish Gardaí are at such a low right now in terms of how many Gardaí are employed. Well, it's because the Gardaí do not want to operate and or work for this corrupt government, and under the pressure of what is being caused by such a corrupt government and stress of the economy because of such being the government again, of course, and their corruption, obviously. And of course, what all that will entail is already being mostly covered in this video anyways. It is truly sickening. And here's just an example of one of the reasons why Gardaí in Ireland, mainly Irish of course, are refusing to apply for employment or why the Gardaí and Garda Síochána employment rate is dropping, or was before they were allowing immigrant Gardas or people to emigrate into Garda Síochána in order to keep their employment rate back up or shoot it back up. Yeah, this before all that, when it was still dropping, this is why. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's still some Irish Gardaí, or a lot, maybe. I'm not too sure. Like, this mix of foreigners now, so I'm honestly not too sure on the demographics. It's not like they're gonna tell us, but anyways, here's just an example of why it's dropping. Right, check this out. This is from an interaction between members of Garda Síochána and a, let's just say, an illegal criminal foreigner who most likely got into the borders, had a bad record on account already, and did basically access Starland illegally. Nobody knew of him before this point, and he was immigrating illegally, not through the official process. And it's also obviously to do with because Ireland has no security at its borders. Why does Ireland have no security at its borders? Well, you can blame the Irish government for that again, because of course.
Así eres esto porque trabajamos juntos, porque te conozco mucho tiempo, como que un año.
Para. Trae un cuchillo. Hazte para atrás. Bate. Kick that!
I mean, come to think of it, they're either resigning themselves or they're being fired. Like, I think there was one Irish commissioner who did actually end up getting fired or let off the hook because he said something bad about our Taoiseach or the Irish government or something, which should just go to show you how totalitarian our system is, like, or aiming towards that. It is truly shocking. And want to just add this correction here. It was not a Garda commissioner, but it was a Garda cybercrime expert. Wow. And they were suspended because Simon Harris did not like online comments they made. Apparently they were hate tweets or something. That's what they were marked down and or entitled as. Well, crazy. And yes, the Irish people are called the far right. Far right for something so minuscule, so meaningless, so measly as just using our own fucking national flag and waving it around. Oh my god, our dangerous Irish flag. Better watch out, guys. Better watch out for the Irish flag. You might get petrified from the dangers, the scaremongering of the Irish flag. Cause yeah, it's so scary. So terrifying. Come on, man. Get real. Like, these people are so full of shit. Some days you just can't tell when they're rage baiting or actually like, being serious. Like, they could be serious and still be rage baiting, but like, you have to think, is this person really being serious, or are they just that stupid? It's like a mix between passive aggressive and just pure stupidity. Really, it is. It's just fucking stupid, really. It's shocking, God shocking. The perilous Irish flag. Oh, must beware of the peril. Be cautious, for you do not want to be near such danger, perilous Irish flag. Dear God. Give me a break. State of fucking things are a shock. Honestly. We are Ireland, a nation. You know, we have history to be recognised and have the identity of a nation, and to have that be valid of us, about us, and for us. We are not the world, we are not Earth. We have an authority for our nation, and it is very appropriate to say that they should just be Irish people or have some Irish heritage in order to be a competent authoritative figure of that nation, especially since we operate in a way where our policing system, our authority, are guards and guardians of and for the people, of and or for the people rather. And that in this case it's Ireland, it's Irish people, you know? That is what our authority was like, and what it is, what we still want it to be like, what it should be like, not for this corrupt dictatorship government. You know? For the majority and their interests and what Ireland wants, the Irish people want. You know, I will say as well that it has also been mentioned before in Dáil Éireann that from TDs such as Mary Lou of the Sinn Féin party, in regards to the fertility crisis, because apparently there is also a fertility crisis in Ireland as of declining fertility rates in Ireland. And the government, as you'd expect, is trying to improve on this as due to fertility rate in Ireland over the years dropping and declining. And you probably gauge why that is, given all the recent to not so recent real world events in Ireland, with all the other crises such as crises, such as cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, the fucking health, all these health issues from the, I suppose, misuse of drugs, and the mismanagement of it, you know, crisis in that sector, and then I suppose the waiting list for all these appointments, like medical appointments stuff, that's because it's like apparently jammed up, but like there's a whole fucking controversy on that as well, and shitload of incompetence, and there's so many crises, right? It's just a fucking joke, but yeah, you can imagine how they're trying to resolve this one with more immigrating into the country, huh? Yeah, because if that was your guess, then congratulations, you're more likely to be correct than incorrect, because our population is over 5 million. So with having a declining fertility rate in Ireland and a population of over 5 million in Ireland, which was lower in the previous years, of course, then not just a small bit, but significantly, that should tell you just where we're headed, because it is It is seriously dreadful. Seriously dreadful. But you ever try to insinuate or speak out about this, imply and be implicit in such ways, such a manner, with such language or lingo, or any of that, you'll be shut down, shut off, and silenced. Just like how in this no confidence vote they manufactured to benefit themselves, this lie they manufactured, another means to try and silence us and tell us or make us to shut up through forms of deceit and brainwashing. It is truly a disgrace what this country has become because of this corrupt government. And yes, they need to be outed. Quick correction here. It was by Deputy Pater Tobin, not Mary Lou MacDonald. I have, I will say, heard her mention about birth rates and fertility rate decreasing in Ireland before in her critiques towards the ministers and government in office, that mainly and namely being Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, but I cannot find any footage and or evidence of that right now. So I will have to use this footage as evidence instead.
Thank you, Deputy Pater Tobin.
Taoiseach, the housing crisis has had varied and wide ramifications in Irish society. One of them is a serious fall in the fertility rate in the state. There's been a 30% fall in the number of births on an annual basis. There's been a 20,000 fall in the number of births that's happened on an annual basis now since Celtic Tiger times. 69% of 25-year-olds or under are living with their parents. Well over 40% of adults who are under 30 are living with their parents. That's changing the very nature of Irish society. The ability for adults to form relationships, to have children, is being deleted for hundreds of thousands of people at the moment. And this is having massive ramifications. Schools are now noticing that there's a fall in terms of the children that are being brought into the schools in enrolments. An unbalanced demographics has serious consequences for our workforce, serious consequences for our pensions as well. Planning, permitting, licensing, tendering and judicial reviews are amongst the slowest here in the whole of the European Union. And while your government has announced plans, they are not ambitious enough, and I don't believe that they will be implemented in a timely fashion.
Taoiseach to respond, please.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Quite a number of questions there. Beginning with Deputy Seamus McGrath. And Deputy Tobin, you're making a link between fall in fertility with the housing issue. Again, there are a number of variables, I imagine, responsible for that. But the bottom line is we do need to provide more housing more quickly to as many young people as possible. It's a social need. Every young person in the country has a right to aspire to either owning a home, and many do aspire to owning a home, or some young families then being able to rent a home at affordable cost. And we're building substantially more houses than we did 5 years ago. We're doing about 30,000 now. compared to 20,000 in 2020. We need to go to 50,000. And we need all hands on deck in that respect. I don't think enrolments are going down in schools yet. I think they're going up. That's it.
Thank you, Taoiseach. That's it. Next grouping, next question, 16 to 24, to ask the Taoiseach if he will report on his attendance at the Conference of Parties 30 in Belém, Brazil. Taoiseach.
You know, I find it funny how no one has brought this up, but if you look at the video of basically what was taken from the live stream, basically the VOD, of the Dáil no conference meeting when it happened, and after basically Michael Healy-Rae had said he was going to resign, which was already written down and done and over. They acknowledged this at the start, and people already knew. And obviously, when he had said it out loud there, then after, and when the votes were going through about whether there was going to be no confidence in the government and if there was going to be another election or not, guess what? There is footage of Micheál Martin and Simon Harris and another minister, by the looks of it, in government, going up to Healy-Rae. Now, of course, they could just be saying their farewells, goodbyes, or whatever. But they were up there for quite some time talking to him, just to say your goodbyes. And I thought, they are very buddy-buddy, huh? And this just goes back to adding to my point that when you have connections like these and you say you're going to resign, I don't think it means much. Just put you that way. It's not like there's much stopping from Michael Healy-Rae from getting back into office with the way this fucking country is ran with this fucking government, because nothing's rigged, right? Because you guys believe that, right? Can't even vote in a no conference fucking meeting because we're not TDs, huh? But that's democracy, right? How many more excuses, Ireland? Stand up and fight for your fucking country. Fuck's sake. I'm making these videos myself as a means to stand up for my own homeland because I want to get the truth out there. Right? And, like, I want to see more protests. I want to go to more of these protests. I haven't seen any in my local area, I'll be quite honest with you, and I've been trying to get out and find some. I was in Limerick the other day to see if there was anything going on. I couldn't find anything, right? But I really want to see just the whole fucking nation out and just showing this government what they cannot understand. Because they are a failure of a government. That's why they cannot understand. We have to make them understand. That's the point. Show them what Ireland really is meant to be. That's what I'm trying to get at. I hope you understand. I think I'm getting with you people here, because they're just so disconnected. I'm not the only one saying this. Ken O'Flynn, sorry, which is one of the TDs and ministers, or not minister. Sorry, he's not a minister. He's not in government. He's in opposition, but he's an independent TD, for one of the independent parties. But basically, Ken O'Flynn says on Counterpoint, Eddie Hobbs, basically podcasts, it's like a podcast episodic kind of YouTube show. I don't know. It's something along the lines of that. It's kind of like a news program, except it's obviously not like your fucking propaganda mainstream shit that fucking BBC and RT and all them do. No, it's more podcast like. It is episodic, but it's podcast like, and they kind of do it more like an interview, more down to earth. not too down to earth. Obviously, they discuss important topics. There's formalities there and stuff, but it's a pretty good show. It's something a lot of people could gauge into, especially a lot of Irish people, because they can relate to the circumstances and situations we discussed there. But basically, kind of flat out there, essentially said the same thing I was saying now, that the Irish government is just so disconnected because they fucking are.
Ken, notwithstanding the outcome of the no confidence motion this evening, are we, do you think, approaching a potential snap general election in the weeks ahead? Because there's a disconnect between that vote, in my opinion, and what's actually happening on the ground and growing out there.
I'd love to say we are facing a general election. I don't think we are. I think there's we've had senators and TDs call constituents all over the country today from Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael and saying, don't worry, Simon will be gone in a couple of months. Micheál, they're making moves against Micheál. I've heard all that before. I think it's very disingenuous of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to come up and turn up to Whitegate and turn up to various protests around the country for them to say, we're standing with you and we understand you, and then to go in and vote against them or vote with the government. Because people want this government out. And this is a combination of everything, Eddie. This isn't just about fuel. This is very much so about USC charges. It's about the fact that we have bicycle sheds that are costing 300,000. It's about, the fact that I'm facing it all the time. The difficulty between the till and the pump. And I think people have just had enough. And there is, and I can't describe, I don't think there's a word invented. The disconnect between government and its citizens at the moment is huge. And there seems to be, and I hate using phrases like bubbles and the rest of it, but there is a bubble in Leinster House where they're more concerned about who they're going to be standing next to inside in the Dáil bar, and if they offend somebody or they upset somebody, than actually the general public. The disconnect is vast and it's huge. I don't think we are going to see it. I don't think there's enough backbone out there to actually see somebody taking. There's no Jim Kenny inside in Fianna Fáil or inside in Fine Gael at this moment that is willing to cross the floor. And they're willing to say plenty of things on the corridor.
And it's up to the Irish people to, make this government understand. And if they got to be kicked out, they got to be kicked out. I think personally they may have to be kicked out because they're fucking ticking ahead. They're just too tick to understand, too slow. Too slow to just fucking get it. So it's up to the Irish people, and we've already just demonstrated only a slight bit of what people power can do when it's out there, and how much it can terrify the government. So why not put the full fucking pedal to the fucking metal and just go for it? Go into full fucking gear, Keep the protests going. Just hammer the fuckers down with just non-stop just commitment to showing that you are not happy and you don't agree with the people in office. This is not a democracy, not like you claim it is. It's not a democracy like how you say it is on paper, because the reality is that it is very different and people are truly suffering. Something that you are not willing to acknowledge, but something that you will be forced to realize. And if it requires you not being in office in order to realize that, then so be it, because we have more strength than you. And we need to show that. You got that, Ireland? That's what I'm trying to say. With that, I'm out. I heard that yesterday, a senator, apparently, a female senator, was very much against the Irish flag.
I didn't attend any of those protests, and the reason why I didn't, it was overtook by the far right. It was overtook by the far right. We had a lot of hard-working people first come out and the protests. But look, for me, where I see the tri-flag, I'm terrified to be part of. I'm terrified to be part of any protest where I see a tri-flag, That's an absolute disgrace in the country as a public representative, afraid to go to any protest where there's a flag. So much hatred out there towards people from migrant backgrounds, and yet we have a health system that's barely standing. And it wouldn't be standing, I've said this numerous times, if we didn't have migrant workers in our hospitals. That's something that we should all be highlighting to the far right, and it boils my blood to even waste a second in talking about these people who are just spreading hate, rumours, lies. I don't even know what I have, if I was a TD, would I have supported a vote of no confidence in the government? I don't know. But I'll tell you what I do know. The government needs to support ordinary families in this country. Genuinely needs to support not just the ones that get up at 4 a.m. in the morning and get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, for everybody, and especially for people living in poverty.
And she said people that used it, she claimed they were far right. And I don't know, racist and all this crap. So, I mean, we've heard this rhetoric before from ministers, TDs in office in the government. Obviously, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. That is this government, this party.
Now, the Taoiseach has vowed that the tricolour will not be hijacked by the far right. Simon Harris made the comments as Gardaí prepared to meet with Dublin City Council in the coming weeks over concerns of the unauthorised use of the flag as a means to intimidate people. Deborah Naylor has more.
Over the summer, lines of tricolours have appeared on streets in many communities across the capital. Anti-immigration campaigners have also posted online supporting the display of the Irish flag, similar to an ongoing campaign in the UK. Amid concerns over the weaponisation of the national flag, the Taoiseach said today Ireland was at a tipping point in terms of anti-immigrant sentiment and the far right, while the Taoiseach vowed that no group would hijack the tricolour.
My own view is our tricolour is our valued national flag. I'd like to see more tricolours, but you hang the tricolour correctly. The tricolour should never be hijacked or used to represent something that is against what this republic stands for. There's very clear rules around how you properly, respectfully hang our flag. We should see more flags. I welcome more flags. We made a lot of progress during the time when we were commemorating centenaries of a number of commemorations and bringing tricolours to every school. There's a second tricolour now flies at government buildings, and we're very proud of our flag. But we saw our flag hijacked by one group for many years. We're sure as hell not going to allow the far right now hijack our flag.
You know, we so far have resisted a lot of what has transpired in other societies. We are at a tipping point in Ireland. I'm concerned about it. And I think this has to be resisted. We have to do it in an intelligent way.
Dublin City Council says it's taking this issue very seriously and will meet with senior Garda representatives in the coming weeks. How to decide on whether the tricolour represents patriotism or far-right aggression will be a sensitive issue, but the council says it intends to get the input from locally elected representatives before deciding on how to deal with and potentially police this matter.
What I'd like to know is how do I put this? Is this some final boss type rage bait? Or are they just coping, seeding, and projecting? Because the hypocrisy to call us racist, to call us, I suppose, far right, to call us, in some cases, fascist, to call us Trump supporters, it is truly ironic. And then when you look at what examples they use against us in making such claims, it's usually, for example, with Trump supporters, majority of the time, it is to do with something that they use as an example that has absolutely nothing to do with Trump or supporting Trump. Yet they will try to twist it based on their own narratives and bullshit. And we've seen this plenty of times before from the Irish government and the mainstream media, which apparently we have enough evidence now to show that they clearly control the incentive on that. And if that isn't totalitarian enough, let's take, for example, their terminology for far right and terminology for racist, right? Because I assume what they mean by far right is something like extremist, and for something like racist, they mean something more specific, obviously, like derogatory racism. So, what about when our government take our tax money and do not give it back to the Irish? What about when they force most Irish people into poverty? What about the over 10,000 homeless Irish people? What about the favoritism towards foreigners in the nation? Let's see, how much more of the list can we keep going through? There's evidence for all this. It's not just about taxes and where tax money goes. There's even footage of this, of people being given favored treatment over Irish people in our own nation.
You came to us tonight from a homeless hub.
Yeah.
You've been there since last June, is that right? Yeah. You're there and you have your 4-year-old son with you and he has complex medical needs.
Yeah.
Can you just very quickly tell us, how did you end up there in this situation?
So I was private renting a property for $2,700 a month, and issues came across with my little boy's crash, so I left my job and I just couldn't sustain the rent and I had to declare myself homeless.
So the hub, you've been in the hub since then?
Yeah.
How are you finding it there?
Very hard. I'm very grateful to have somewhere over my head, don't get me wrong, but I can't cook a meal, I can't like it's either you supervise your child or you cook in a communal kitchen. You can't do both of them at once, and getting up early in the mornings, 2 buses to preschool and everything, just thinking about Christmas coming up, where I'm going to put a Christmas tree and celebrate with them. Like, so far away from family as well, especially on Christmas when there's no public transport.
Your son, as you say, yeah, so you're 2 buses to get...
Yeah. I get him up every morning 6:15 and he leaves at 7:30.
And what age is he again?
4.
The other issue you have is that it's not a home because you actually can't bring visitors in.
No visitors like it. My mum is over in Cabra, my family's in Cabra, everyone is, and we're out in Kimmage, so it's a good bit away, like, do you know?
And just again, because maybe people aren't familiar, what do you get in a homeless hub? Like, is it like a mini apartment, or what have you got?
It's one single room. We have a small fridge and a bathroom. It's bunk beds, like, for the 2 of us. The rooms are tiny, like, you barely fit what we have in it now. I have to have a storage unit for the rest of my stuff because I've nowhere else to put it.
How are you coping?
I'm not, just about. The staff get us through. Like, we have support around us, but it's just not the same as home.
You came to us tonight from a homeless hub.
Yeah.
You've been there since last June, is that right? Yeah. You're there and you have your 4-year-old son with you and he has complex medical needs.
Yeah.
Can you just very quickly tell us, how did you end up there in this situation?
So I was private renting a property for $2,700 a month, and issues came across with my little boy's crash, so I left my job and I just couldn't sustain the rent and I had to declare myself homeless.
So the hub, you've been in the hub since then?
Yeah.
How are you finding it there?
Very hard.
Last year, you got a call from Wicklow County Council that changed your life.
Yes. I received that letter very unexpectedly, basically saying that I was being nominated for housing if I was interested, which absolutely. And I was put forward and I was accepted by the cooperative housing, and we've been in our forever home since.
House prices are up again. That's despite rising interest rates and the cost of living crisis. So what is driving this relentless rise? Who is benefiting? And with the majority of voters already owning their homes, does the government actually want house prices to fall? I'll be going to the panel on that in a moment, but first I want to go to my audience here and just get your sense. What do we think about, how do we feel about where house prices are at the moment?
Sorry. I am a single first-time buyer in Dublin. I'm trying to buy my own home, an apartment or house or whatever. Prices are they're too high. The supply isn't there in Dublin. You find when you look that it just isn't there, the supply isn't there. The schemes that are available, the Help to Buy scheme, that doesn't necessarily work, because if you go to apply for that, I haven't even applied for it, to be honest, because if you do, the prices are just too high for new builds, new apartments. And as one example, where I'm living, a one bed new build was like over 500,000
for one bed.
For a one bed apartment, yeah, for a new build, because new builds are just so expensive. I mean, there's a lot of people like me. It's just very frustrating, because you're trying to buy a place and you want to be in Dublin. My single person, my job's in Dublin. I don't want to live too far outside of Dublin and have a massive commute, but I'm willing to compromise as well at the same time. But it's difficult, and there's an embarrassment element too after a certain length of time as well, when you're looking a long time.
Okay, thank you for that. Yourself, yeah?
Hi, yeah, I have to agree. I think that there is such a high rise in prices, but there's also build to rent schemes, and that's what's pushing people, because they have to rent and also save for a house. How is that possible when you're paying, what, 1,500 plus for an apartment, It's not good. People aren't saving to buy houses now. They're saving to get out of the country.
Can I bring yourself, use your hand up there as well?
So to add everything that everyone said, I've actually been away since 2019 working overseas on cruise lines, right? And I was really optimistic, because my end goal was to come home, get a beautiful home in Dublin, and just happily ever after. However, I had to come back 4 years later. I have to sleep in a couch in my mum's house, and to the point where it has to be stopped. I came back, and last year I had the money saved, and the bank just said, sorry, you have 6 months that you couldn't prove that you're living in Ireland. But I was like, but I have the money right now, right here. But I got rejected. But the States, Emirates, you name it, they were willing to take money off me like that. But I want to stay loyal to the country where they raised, my heritage is here. I want to continue on my life here. But if you want me to go to Spain and have a house there, I'll do it tomorrow.
Can I bring in Aoife Ula? Hi. Now, you were lucky enough, you did manage to get a place, and you got it with the help of one of the government's Help to Buy schemes.
Yeah, so I used the Help to Buy. So I actually started the journey like everyone else, like during the pandemic, because I was looking to move out and rent, but at the time it was just really expensive, and I really wanted to buy my own home. But at the time, like looking at apartments, I really wanted to buy my forever home. As they mentioned, it's just made more sense because of this. I was scared, like if I even bought an apartment, like could I sell it later down if the price of the market went? So I unfortunately had to move out of Dublin and found a home in Drogheda, my forever home, and I used the Help to Buy scheme. Without that, I don't think I would be able to buy the house myself.
How much was that worth to you?
So the maximum was 30,000. So I was able to use that. So it was basically your dirt tax. I was able to reclaim that from revenue. I think there was such a high demand that I actually was on the phone to revenue all the time. Like I had to send on my proof of purchase of the home to them before they actually accepted and sent on to the property developers. But it was such a strenuous journey, and I cried so much. I didn't think I could ever do it, and without the Help to Buy, I'm actually really grateful that I actually had the opportunity to use that.
Can I bring in Megan? Where's Megan? Here. That must seem like an impossible dream for you now, does it?
Absolutely, and what's been said here already, again, single, so on my own, tried to buy during the lockdown, and then got put down to 3 days a week, so the banks were like, absolutely not, pull the mortgage. Then I went on and I decided this was going to be the year that I was going to buy, so have been saving, and then the eviction ban got lifted. The day it got lifted, I got the magic letter. I was renting in Limerick City, which I absolutely loved. I think it's a super city. I found it very affordable when I first moved down there 7.5 years ago. But then, as I said, it was coming to an end. So while I was still trying to look to rent, there's nothing out there at the moment that's affordable. So on Saturday, I moved out of my accommodation and I moved in home in rural Galway with my mother, Pauline. And I had to actually hand in the notice of my full-time job because I can't stay working in Limerick and living in Galway.
So you've given up your whole
given up my
life,
job, given up my whole
basically, your
life, I've given up my
job,
life in the city, which I loved. I'm not looking for anything special. All I wanted was a 1 or 2 bed apartment, but has been mentioned here behind me as well, the prices of them, it's just extortionate. So I kind of was left with no other option. So I'm hoping now I can maybe save more money. Although I'm effectively unemployed, I am freelancing, so the hope is that maybe in 6 months, a year down the line, maybe I can go for a full-time job and try again.
Can I bring in Aoife?
Hi.
It's yourself, is it?
Yeah.
Aoife, you have just managed to buy a house?
I literally just bought a home. We got the keys, about a month ago? And it's been some month, but it's been about 2.5 years of relentless saving. We could never avail of any schemes. We didn't buy a new build, we couldn't afford a new build. We're both from South Dublin, so that was out of the question. Goodbye, we weren't buying in South Dublin, way too expensive. We looked at the likes of kind of South West, City West, Kildare. We went kind of as far as Arklow at one stage, and the two of us were like, no way. So we settled in Wicklow. Eventually we got a house. It was about 2.5 years of tears, tantrums, mainly for myself, and a lot of like, what am I doing, and should I just move to Australia? And I don't want to move to Australia.
You know, some of these women, if not all of them, I'm not too sure, that were presented here on this TV show that is called Upfront, that was broadcasted on RTE. Some of them apparently got housed. I could show an example here on screen now in just a moment.
Louis, congratulations. We are so delighted for you. It's amazing news.
Over the moon.
How did you hear?
We got a phone call this morning from to a housing. I was actually on the way to the school with Jackson, and we got a phone call asking would we like to accept a 2-bedroom apartment, and there was no doubt about it. We dived on it.
So what do you know about it? When will you get the keys?
I know nothing yet. So my guard vetting is being sent off today. I know that it's in Dublin 3. I know I've done like a virtual viewing on Daft. Like I've looked at the ones that are up for rent, and we're just over the moon with it. Absolutely thrilled.
So you're going to have your own room. Jackson's going to have his own room.
Thank God. We'll have a kitchen. We'll be able to cook like proper meals, and he'll be able to have his family and friends over. It's just, and you know what? The main thing, Katie, I'm so happy. He has somewhere to come home after hospital. That was the main goal.
Yeah, just remind us, because we were telling people on Monday night what his situation was, but like he's facing into very serious surgery in a few weeks.
We're hoping now to get him in the end of March, start of April for open heart surgery, and we're looking at a 13-hour surgery. Recovery is even longer again, so we're very grateful to have this home to bring him home to.
You must be just so relieved more than anything else.
But I actually didn't think we'd get anywhere this soon. Like last time I made an appearance on the RT show with yourself, we didn't even get medical priority accepted. Like we heard absolutely nothing. So it is a big thing. Like I'm very happy.
When did you tell Jackson?
When I picked him up from school. He was running in telling his teachers and his friends, and he was just over the moon himself. And he's happy. It's in an area that suits him as well. There's a lot of things that interest him in the area, like his bikes and the dirt tracks, and he'd be just delighted to see it all.
This is just so life-changing for you both, isn't it?
Oh, definitely. Other things, it's like his surgery was the main thing we were worrying about, but as well, like his behaviour and other things have changed a lot since we came to the hub. So I'm hoping I get my little Jackson back that I once had before I came here.
Is Jackson there with you?
Yeah.
Can we say hello to him as well?
Say hi.
Hi.
Hi, Jackson.
Hi.
I hear you got really good news today.
I got a house.
An apartment, didn't you?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
Are you going to have your own room, Jackson?
Yeah.
What colour will you paint your new room?
Purple and green.
We are so delighted. Congratulations, and congratulations to Jackson. And you will now be able to look forward to your forever home.
Please God. Thank you very much, Katie. We wouldn't have done it without your help either.
But what I wanted to say was that juxtapose that with obviously all of the Irish homelessness, which is over 10,000 in our nation at the moment, how many of these Irish families, just even Irish individuals, right, or just Irish people, have to go through, which by the way shouldn't even have to go through all these steps, and it's like humiliation ritual and process just to get fucking housed, where you have to broadcast on TV and tell your sob story that you're suffering and struggling over things that you can't even or don't even have full control over, because it's just that shit you're being pummeled into the ground against your own will by this fucking dictatorship government. Like, how many people are going to get lucky while everyone else suffers? Because that's what it is. It's selectivity and curation. And it's fucking wrong. It's almost like a form of eugenics. Huh. How curious. It's not even a good form of it. I mean, I guess the arguments for eugenics, I don't entirely agree with it, to be honest, because it has its issues. But this is not even a good practice form of eugenics, even if it was that, for how selective and for how much they are selective and curative on this, right? It's just, it's so fucking weird, man. This Fabian societal fucking controlled dictatorship government, and I suppose infested into our Garda Síochána, which are now the modern age black and tans. It's just a fucking joke. It's absolutely disgraceful. Outrageous.
Now today in my video I'm joined by Atulya, who's an Indian lady who has just recently bought a house there in, well, not too far away. She'll tell us herself, and I thought it would be useful if I just asked her some questions about the process and about her experience and so on. So it should be useful for anybody who's considering buying a house, especially a new house, but obviously it may be helpful as well to people buying a second-hand house. So Atulya, can you just tell me a little bit about yourself? Are you single, or are you married, or?
Yeah, I'm married, and we moved into Ireland like 3 years back, and due to the rent issues and the increasing in the rent, everything, we started to think about purchasing a home.
Very good.
And we were confused about buying a second-hand home or the first-hand home. But then we finally decided to avail the help to buy scheme and all those stuff. So we finally decided to move to first buying a home, which is new. So that's the story. Yeah.
And you did very well, though. I mean, if you're only in Ireland 3 years, are you? Only 3 years?
Yeah.
And when did you first think about buying then? Seriously think about buying here?
After 1.5 years, because then later...
You're fed up with the rent, were you?
Yes, correct. It's too much, yeah.
And what made it, decide that now was a good time to buy? Or did you just say that you had enough in terms of the rent and so on? And
also the price rising in the rent price was concerning for us, and also the increasing in the price of the houses as well. So we thought it's the right time to buy it now, or else we cannot even thinking about buying it.
In the future?
Yes.
And were you nervous about buying then in the current market?
Yes, of course, yeah. First we thought to buy a second-hand home, but when we started looking for it, the auction price or the bidding price is crazy. Yeah. We couldn't, it scared us totally.
How did you figure out then how much you could actually afford?
We checked with the bank, how much we can borrow. So that's the main thing which we checked first initially. We asked for a financial advice with a financial solution. So they advised us to go to the bank and check how much we can borrow and everything. So we finally concluded okay, this much amount we can actually buy. And we initially, after 1 year itself, we started saving some money.
Very good.
So that's the main thing. Some of our friends who already bought the home, they already told us to save some money for the house particularly.
How long did it take you to save your deposit?
It's for both of us, it took 1 year, 1.5 years.
That was very good, very good.
Yeah.
And did the Help to Buy scheme then and the First Home scheme play any role in your purchase?
Yes, Help to Buy scheme played us like it's. They gave us around 30,000 initially, which
That's the
helped
maximum, is it?
Yes, we availed that amount, and it totally helped us.
And the First Home scheme?
No.
You didn't avail of the First Home scheme. Why didn't you go for that as a matter of interest?
We actually got the 30,000, so there is not more. Which
you can't.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not entitled to the First Home scheme then as well. No. All right.
Yeah.
Is Irish. What's their name? Not Irish at all, I'd say. No, that's not fair. She just offered them to come through. That's not fair at all. Did you let that woman through? And I will take your direction and stuff. But you let her through and you won't answer my question. And I have to take your direction. Because she was what? Because she was foreign, is it? This is our country, not theirs. And you won't even let an Irish child. Do you know his name? His name is Irish. What's their name? Not Irish at all, I'd say. They let two foreign women through with her two children. How sick in the head can you be? Now I'm joining the motherfucking protest.
If that doesn't scream second citizenship of basically your own natives in your own land enough, then I don't know what will. Because it's just the list goes on. If this isn't racist enough or far right enough from our government that don't only do nothing about this to change it, to obviously repair it in favor of the Irish people, but instead to praise all these bad acts and keep things worsening as they keep taking more money off us and keep increasing taxes, and you could just keep doing the maths for that, right? And then to tell us that we are not allowed to use our flag, well, basically respecting every other flag except our own land. Does this sound like we are the ones being far right or racist? I'm not gonna lie. Maybe there's a few individuals out there in Ireland, right? Maybe there's a few minorities, sure. You know, a few in a few spotty cases, right? A few one-offs, if you will. But let's be real. The majority of those spotty cases or one-offs will mostly collectivise into our Irish government anyways, or the TD scumbags in office. Not all the TDs, of course, but most of them. Because we know most of them are only in it for themselves or self-interest out of some bullshit like that. Some sociopathic political bullshit. They do not truly care about the Irish people. They do not want to lead Ireland or have the responsibility to represent a Republic Ireland as a nation, as people, and as a leader of such. And it's obvious that given the maths, you could do the maths calculations, statistics and everything, the demographics, they are obviously the ones that are more racist and far right as they claim us to be. So the projecting and hypocrisy is truly baffling. And of course the propaganda as well, because we all know they're full of that bullshit. And I read the comment there, someone said it's basically a republic for the elite, Ireland today. And they're not wrong. It is basically a republic for the elite. An elitist republic, plutocratic nation. That is exactly what Ireland is today. And it is sad. Take into account, how many times do we hear about Irish people being on the brink in Ireland of homelessness? Because the reality is, there's so many taxes, from VAT to levies like Nora levy on your diesels and fuels, to basically excise duty, to carbon tax, to basically bills, electricity bills, utility bills for accommodation itself, and of course, even though there's allowances out there like through the social welfare schemes, you're not exactly allowed to get on many of them because it depends on what your career is, right? What a career you've established and what avenues you're allowed to access with that. So reality is you're not only priced out of most criteria, but you don't meet most criteria to even get some of that tax money back that they will constantly defend, for basically where it is going after they take it off you, which is these schemes and allowances. But most people don't get it because they can't get it, because they're working to make money to try and survive, but they can't even get the tax money back that the government will fucking defend to the bitter end, that's where the tax money is going, which in reality, like, there's not even enough demographics there or enough realistic real world effect to show or prove for that. So it's truly sickening it's truly sickening to hear this, to see that so many Irish in Ireland are on the brink of homelessness, to see that there are workers' taxes even for work, and just how much you're restricted out of. It's a fucking joke is what it is. And I want to add on here as well that there is basically a lot of vulture funding going into basically buying up houses and owning many properties in Ireland where others can simply not afford to buy them off the landlord, even if they are selling them, and are forced to rent them. Then the landlords who own a lot of these properties, a lot of the landlords of which are usually TDs and or members of the Dáil, or of the Irish Parliament, if you will, end up overcharging by a lot for rent. Then you also have to remember with workers' tax as well, you have PRSI, for example, and PAE and PAYE, or PRSI and P. And those taxes also get added on. And in certain cases, you even have VAT get added onto taxes. Oh, and another thing. Just to give you an idea, the workers' taxes, that is PRSI and P, or PAYE, can go from 20 to 40% on top of what you earn. So that's how much you're basically being cut off of what you earn. Just to give an idea. That's before, in certain cases, I said, if there's VAT included on top of that, then oh boy. Yeah, it's a fucking joke, mate. It is an absolute joke. And that's still not including other additional taxes as well. As I said, trying to live in Ireland, financially speaking, I wouldn't. Let's just say I wouldn't dream of it. All right? How's that? And you have tax money in Ireland that goes towards things like tills and stuff on the road, which also tax you and also fine you and also add on to your net loss, your overall net loss in the grand scheme of things for basically trying to make a living in Ireland and with the evidence showing that you're clearly being forced in the opposite direction where you're just simply not able to. That's just simply put. That's not even going into the complications of it. If you actually show how complex it is and how wrong it is, there is so much to address. And I'm just scratching the surface here. Honestly, it is sickening. Oh, and the example I gave earlier that was with the tills, yeah, that's just one example. There are many examples of where our tax money is going to just fund into bit projects that basically are based on getting more tax money off of obviously taxpayers. Irish, of course, because it's all in Ireland. Or at least that would be the main audience, the mainly targeted audience there. Want to add on here that I just realized I was pronouncing toll wrong. It's tolls. Kind of sounds like till, but it's not till, it's tolls. Yeah, my bad, guys. I guess I fucked that one up. Because at least with foreigners and stuff and how much favoritism goes towards them, they get exemptions and allowances a lot more often, a lot more likely. It is just a load of fucking bullshit. The bastardization of this country is absolutely unreal, trust me. The parasites in operations of it all, they are truly the rats that they are. And to top it off, it's only getting worse. And it's only going to get worse until the people step in to do something about it. In some cases, they call this country and this nation, because of how it's run, a tax haven. Not because you're safe from taxes. No. It's the opposite, actually. The complete opposite. It's a place where you, let's just say, are going to be messed with a tax in possibly every avenue you take in this country from the moment you hit 18, right? The moment you start earning a buck and are a responsible adult and need to start trying to make a living. Heck, if they could start applying it to children, and in certain cases they technically do, but if they couldn't they fucking would. It's how they run the legal system and all this other shit as well. Like, you've seen it with the authority, but it goes beyond just that as well, right? It's so fucking outrageously corrupt. And they will obviously behave, and there's evidence of this. Like, they are above the law. Like, the laws that are written on paper doesn't apply to them. Like, they can curate and be selective on who it does apply to and who it does not apply to. And it's just bullshit like this that is just sickening, on top of basically getting laws passed without permissions, without any republic or democratic backing, and just forcing and enforcing and oppressing any opposition towards such enforcements and policies and such into our system and into our nation, which we're obviously going to be more often against than not. It's just so fucking wrong. It's so wrong. The metrics show just how fucked up it all really is when it comes to taxes. And where did all taxes go and it comes to real world results and what we could see? I can fucking tell you, most if not all of it is not going back to this country. So it is not even close to being worse or worthy enough of basically showing that it has having a healthy and or positive effect on our economy, that is the nation of Ireland's economy. You know, there's clearly results showing the polar opposite, borderline polar opposite, if not just complete polar opposite of that. Am I wrong? I seriously don't think so. If you're not in the rich class, and you're not, especially if you're not part of this mafia in some way, shape, or form, like you don't have connections with them, and you're just in Ireland, you're probably of the overwhelming majority that is of the poorer classes, and of course the classes that get discriminated against, the classes that in turn you must suffer while the rich get richer, those classes where you will get unfortunately poorer until you're on your last dying breath, on your deathbed, and then of course you die after that, because you don't matter to them. It doesn't fucking matter anyways, not to them. They will still live on, and they will still get richer from the next lot that come in, right? And that mainly especially applies to the Irish people from our Irish government. It is truly heart-reckoning, sad, disheartening, and just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And I also want to go back to one thing. About the conference meeting, it was Sinn Féin who proposed that, and that went ahead, right?
The people of Ireland have no confidence in this government, and you and your family deserve better than what this government is offering. We have listened to you, and I understand the pressure that you and your family are under with these ever-increasing fuel prices. And we are bringing your voice to the Dáil this week. We are going to force a vote of no confidence in this government. We are going to force every single TD to stand up and be counted, to back you, to back your family, to do what is right, to demand that tax is cut on fuel. Because we understand the pressure that you're under. We understand also that you will not accept the half efforts from this government. A government that is lacking leadership, that is lacking action, and still fails to understand and fails to listen to the ordinary Irish person. So the time has come for people to stand up and be counted. Every TD should be standing with you, with your family, and doing the right thing. This is their opportunity.
The no confidence meeting. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. No confidence. That's what I mean. It seems, looking back on it, it seems almost as if they were trying to take advantage of the fact that there were all these protests, so they could basically set up this meeting of quote-unquote no confidence. That, of course, even though there was a load of people outside Leinster House protesting, clearly showing that the most important majority there have said that there is no confidence in voting this government. They want them out, right? They voted no confidence. Get the fuckers out.
My boyfriend, what is happening? Well, I've tendered my resignation because I really feel that the leader of the country lost his way when he didn't listen to the people. The one thing I have to say about the protesters, every one of them, they were workers. These were taxpayers. I've said it all along. They were the engine of this country. They're hurting. Farmers, contractors, housewives, moms and dads. And these people are saying that the government have lost their way. And I'm really sorry about that. I very much cherish the fact of being a minister in government and delivering to my county. I know that I entered into an agreement. It was an agreement of trust. I'm not breaking that. I'm not leaving the government down. The leader has left the people down. Will more independents do the same? That's up to my goodness. I'm only one person. I'm one vote along with my brother. But it's up to the other people what they do. What next for you? What next for me is I'll continue working for the people, but most importantly, and I really mean this to every one of you, and I sincerely mean it, I'm a servant of the people. The people are my boss. That's it. Deputy, what changed? It's a massive decision. Can't have been reached easily. No, I've been looking at this over the last number of days, and when I see grown men crying, and workers upset, and they felt, and I tried during the negotiations to get every bit of money I could for them, and it was successful. Has this government lost its connection with the real people of Ireland? Well, I'll put it to this way. I'd like to think I'm a real person of Ireland. That's a smart question, and they lost me.
Friday! We're coming back here Friday. Get down, mate!
But of course, their vote doesn't matter because there's a fucking blockade outside Leeds House. Another act of the Irish government showing their love for Irish people. Totally not fiery, totally not racist or fascist in their own terminology as they'd use on us. No, none of that, right? But let's be realistic here, right? Let's be totally realistic with ourselves. If you don't believe that there was lobbying going on with the way the votes were and how much of a gap there was between obviously opposition and for the government in no confidence, for and against, then I don't know what to say, because there was obviously lobbying. And obviously the TDs were lobbied to hoodwink basically the public. And the narrative here, mainly the narrative, obviously, as a means to hoodwink the public, but like it's basically that was their objective anyways, in that sense. They just wanted to deceive, and there was obviously deals and negotiations made there, and everyone was happy. Some people were ready to get a paycheck, and that was that, right? That's really all this was. This wasn't about the Irish people. It never truly was. This meeting, I mean, in specific, they just wanted to basically, once again, carry out their own self-interests in the detriment, especially in the detriment to Irish people, because it's all going back to the Irish people's tax money anyways. That's the shit that they're trading around and is thrown around at each other. And obviously benefiting off of it. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. They're absolute scammers, fucking frauds, and scumbags. And another thing, I want people to understand that there is something such as thing called the argument from authority fallacy. When a government says something, and this is what this means, when a government says something or does something, it doesn't automatically mean that they're right, okay? That's what this fallacy teaches you. It also applies to basically popular figureheads and whatever else as well, the people that you'd look up to. But point is, the government, because this is especially and specifically about the government in this case, they are not always right. They can be wrong. And on top of that, because what can apply to wrong is just generalization, they can obviously be corrupt, for example, as one specific case, one more specific than just wrong. And it is important to note that, because when you realize that and understand that, and you also take into account everything that is on record with evidence, and that has happened, and the history is there to show for that, like how the government has recently sent out our army against peaceful protesters, mainly evidentially Irish, with Irish heritage, and of basically the most important classes for running our fucking nation, unlike political scammers who currently run in Irish government, that being our farmers, our hauliers and stuff. Basically some of the bases of our economy from the labour classes. And yet these fucking assholes will go out and send out our army, which for some fucking reason is no longer for our people. Just goes to show you how much they've basically rotted the system and rotted our authority, and just fucked everything up. Because if our army is going out and attacking our own people, our own peaceful protesters, it's pepper spraying a child in Dublin. There's also evidence of that, by the way. Quick correction here. It was not in Dublin, it was in Cork during the protest at the oil refinery, which was at Whitegate. Basically, the kid had joined in who was said to be 14 years old, and he got pepper sprayed by a member of Garda Síochána, by a member of An Garda Síochána. Now, I don't know, it could have been a member, it could have been multiple. But what was said is he got pepper sprayed by, well, the Gardaí, we'll say.
Poor young lad that got pepper sprayed yesterday. Thank God he's around to tell the tale. Are your eyes alright? Was it sore? Eyes? What else? What about your nose? Did you get a fright? Sorry to hear that. Thank God you're around to tell the tale. Here, lady of I, this is the man that got pepper sprayed yesterday, protesting for the Irish people, blowing white gate. Fair play to him, boy. And he's alive to tell the tale. Fair fucking play, lads.
So yeah, there you go. And another thing as well, before we go back into what I'm talking about, did you know, fun fact, Whitegate was sold to Canada or a Canadian company or something. Canadian-owned company. Again, thanks to our Irish government. Yeah, that did happen a couple of years back. So there's another example of basically treachery of our Irish government in Ireland. Great. And not only did they sell the oil refinery to Canada, but it was our only oil refinery that they sold. So, really, this is just the Irish government going out of their way to just sell Ireland's most important assets. Just give them away to anyone overseas anyone who's most definitely not Irish. Most definitely, of course. Anyone outside of Ireland, and anyone who is foreign of Ireland. Just give it all away. That's what they're doing. And it really is a mix between avarice and seemingly pyrrhonism. Because it's like, as Ken O'Flynn in the Dáil said during the no confidence meeting to the Irish government, and of course directed at the Irish government and mainly the leaders of the party, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, because those are the collective party now, which were originally two separate parties. We're now running the Irish government. But of course, it was mainly to the leaders being the Taoiseach and the Taoiseach, which are Simon Harris, Taoiseach, and the Taoiseach, Micheál Martin. It was basically him talking about how it's a purist run state. And he's not entirely wrong. It does seem like that. Especially when they do stuff like this. Just trading away Irish stuff to foreigners. Huh.
Thank you very much, Last Count. Last Count, this government has left down those in Blantyre. It has left down those farmers. It has left down taxi drivers. It has left down the hauliers. It has left down contractors and fishermen. And it has left down the ordinary people that this government say they represent and that they say they live amongst. The reality is they've blamed Trump for absolutely everything. We've heard government get up and stand about Trump. Donald Trump isn't in charge of NORA. He's not in charge of the carbon tax in this country. He's not in charge of VAT in this country. And he's not in charge of excise. What did Sean Kenny do? He said, go out and walk or go out and cycle. What did big James Bond himself go out and do? He said, we'll turn the army on our own citizens, which is reminiscent of something that you would hear in South America. It is reminiscent of a Pyrrhonist. And then we have the man that turned away from the woman in Kentucky not so long ago, but during this election, and we didn't want to hear. And all of a sudden, he's gaslighting the country, saying he's concerned. He's concerned about the 900,000 people on waiting lists. All of a sudden, he's concerned about the 60,000 people on housing lists. He's concerned about the 116,000 people that are waiting for HAP. That's what this government is concerned about. You're concerned about nothing, only serving yourselves. And I applaud Deputy Healy-Rae, and I say well done to him for having a bit of backbone. And if those that turned up at the protests down in Whitegate or anywhere else in the country, in Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, that turned up there and said, we're with you lads, and we're going to get rid of Micheál in a couple of weeks. If any of you have any bit of backbone, join with Healy-Rae and vote against this government, and let's call the election. Thank you. Deputy Chris Morris.
Again, don't remember the Irish consenting to that. Yeah, just throw away our most important assets, why don't you? And it's like, okay, you could argue with all the money we have, you could create other things and have new important assets to look at. But guess what? They don't do that with our tax money. They just take that off us and send that overseas too. So there's no winning there, is there? Fucking joke, man. It's an absolute outrageous, disgraceful disgrace and a joke. Honestly. just talking about it makes me sick. It's like if you went into B. Hall Martin's house or Simon Harris's house, right? And you notice he's playing poker. So you go up to the table to join him. He has his own dealer and everything. And you decide to play. And basically, what happens is every time you're giving a deck of cards or whatever, a hand of cards, a hand would say, not a deck. And every time you're asked for a new card, all you get is gestures. Just constant gestures. And I tell you, by the end of the game, you'd have a dead man's hand. Because the dealer might as well be giving you your obituary. Right? You're done. You're already done. It's already signed and set and settled. It's over. Right? The moment you walked into that house, you already lost. Simon Harris and Milo Martin won. That's the same thing as saying the moment you stepped foot onto this fucking island, this country, this nation. And yes, even this does even apply to foreigners. You know, I won't lie. There was so many years ago where the similar things happened with the Polish that came here. They were treated better for a certain time, and then over time, that changed. It wasn't merely a fact that they were forgotten about, but it was obviously more than that. The Irish government are just greedy bastards. That's all it is. They take advantage of people where there is advantages to be taken. Of course, they'll use the excuse about how, we wanted to increase our fertility for the nation. But instead of getting the Irish people to reproduce more, they invited other people in who already had money in their back pockets. And instead of actually helping the Irish economy in a more focused national way that goes for where the tax money of the Irish taxpayer goes back into our nation, that is Ireland, and goes back into our economy, that is the Irish economy of Ireland's economy. No, instead of doing that to have a healthy running economy here in Ireland, they wanted something more unstable and unhealthy and just downright dog shit, ruined shit of an economy, really. So you can thank the Irish government for all that too. And if this doesn't show history rhyming, then I don't know what will, because as I said, they're greedy fucking bastards. They will exploit and take advantage of anyone, it seems, for an extra few bucks in their pocket. And of course, they'll do it in a fashion that seems to be quicker for them and at the greater disadvantage and disregard and just insult to others, and basically just to the destruction of others. It's kind of like a shadyocracy, you know? Shadyocracy basically means, it's basically like, if you know what schadenfreude is, it's like a German word that basically means you take amusement and or joy from the downfall of others, right? You take advantage from the downfall of others. You prosper from the downfall of others. Obviously, when you bring an ocracy or cracy on top of that as a suffix word, then that is basically a ruling system of that. And that's what they typically call a shadyocracy. Taken from the shady part, obviously being taken from the schadenfreude, shortened to shady, and then ocracy is the suffix word, where shady is the prefix word, and put that together, you have shadyocracy is the word, and that's what it means. A ruling system where basically you prosper from the downfall or misfortune or whatever of others. And that is the definition of the word. Shadyocracy, there you go. And yes, it is a pretty shadyocratic nation with a pretty shadyocratic Irish government dictatorship. Full of dickheads. Because they are. They're assholes, dickheads, rats, snakes, the whole fucking lot. Bastards. And I'll happily say it again 1,000 times, 1,000-fold. Even if I'm waffling right now, I don't care. At least I'm not like fucking Simon Harris, real man, right? I waffle the truth. And I'll happily waffle the truth. I'll happily waffle the truth all fucking day. Because I can get to rub it back in their fucking faces when it's out there. Because you know what the good thing about getting the truth out there is? It opens people's eyes. Even if they want to deny it or have their own opinions, it sticks in your head. And you know it does. It's out there. It has an effect on the world. It affects people. It affects things. It's circumstantial and situational. It is a circular set of consequences to reality in how effective it is. You know, recording just video media and just getting your thoughts out there, it can be really powerful, man. Really powerful, really strong, and really truly effective when it comes to things like politics and or just stuff in general. But mainly and namely with what we're talking about now, in regards to politics and news stuff, yeah. These mediums and services to get that stuff out there, upload it and get it online, for example, out to the digital world and just inspire others, cause others to have aspirations, bring about some sort of ethos, some sort of familiarity and integrity, bond, trust, connection, you know, dare I say friendship, you know, acquaintanceship, if you will, I don't know. Stuff like that. Embracement, you know. I don't know, I could keep going. There's just so much you could go into it all. But it truly is potent, powerful, potential. I know I sound crazy. I love my words, man. I love philosophy. And I know I'm yapping, but sure. I gotta enjoy it. And I do. I honestly do. In cases like this, with the evil bastards that are out there who think they're fucking smart. Oh no. Now the Irish people, we the Irish people are smarter, bro. We the Irish people are smarter. We know there are better paths than their path, their selfishness, their destructiveness, their satanicness. The smartest person isn't the one who destroys things. It is the one who creates things. And I will stand on that ground till the day I fucking die. Till the day I die. Heck, I'll stand on it even after. And that's all I have to say about that. Alright, I'm gonna let you go back to the rest of the video. My Yapnum Opus here is over. Because if I keep going, I'm gonna keep going. And you probably don't want me to keep going. So, yeah. Back to the rest of the video. You have Gardaí doing that. Gardaí, which by the way, originally, Gardaí was guards, and their job was meant to be for the people, not for the government. The people were the ones that came first. It was always an interest of people. The politicians who did usually run for government, it used to be for the people. The fucking army was for Ireland, for the fucking people. It all was for the people. We were like a family once upon a time, as a nation. We were small, but we were like a family. We were much more united. We were much more capable. You know? Integrated. Strong. Innocent. But also not entirely, like, we had a lot of things, right? Well, of course, there were times when we'd fight, be rebellious, have opposition. There were times when we'd laugh, enjoy ourselves, and so on. There's much history to go through there about the Irish people, but the point still stands. There was a time where, as a nation, we had values and we respected them irregardless of the matter. And it goes back to what I said. We used to be a family in such senses. We used to be what comprised us of being such a nation that was Ireland.
Welcome here today for this Castletown Donkey Derby, and we've got 3 donkeys, that's all, and like they all say, you should back the outside of the tree. And a 3-horse race, or a 3-donkey race. Now, can we have the 3 jockeys, please? Come on. No, 3 jockeys. What, Bill? What's your name? Bill. Now, we have Bill Lee. Which is your donkey, Bill?
That one.
Which is that one? That one there?
Yeah.
The grey one. Right. Now, what do you think? What do you think your chances, Bill?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Have you ridden him before? Have you ridden him before, Bill?
Yeah, last year.
Last year. Where'd you come last year, Bill?
4th.
4th. Bill Lee is your name?
Yeah.
And your chances are good, Bill?
Yeah.
Now, Bill Lee is happy with his chances. What's the name of the donkey? Bill, come here. Now, we've got to get the name of the donkey.
Percy.
Oh, Percy is the name of the donkey. Now, where's that? Now, we have Kieran Mulqueen, another jockey. Where's Kieran? Is he gone? Kieran, come here. Hold him. Now, with Kieran Mulqueen, he was runner-up last year. Turn to the camera there, Kieran. Turn to the camera. Kieran was runner-up last year, and 2 years ago he won it, the big prize. And Kieran, what's your donkey's name?
Jeez, I couldn't tell you, Joe.
You couldn't tell me?
I haven't a clue what his name is.
He's from Ireland. What's his name? What?
Maselli.
No, Kieran is riding Maselli. Maselli is your...
Maselli.
Yeah. So now, which one is Maselli?
The black one there.
Black one. So Kieran is riding the black donkey, Maselli. Now, what's the other fella?
Jennifer Lee.
Jennifer Lee is right as No, Jennifer. Jennifer, have you rode a donkey in the Castletown Derby before?
3 times.
3 times. Where did you come, Jennifer?
Last most of the times.
Last most of the time. Oh, Jennifer, you're on the hairy fella, you know?
Yeah.
Who wants him, Jennifer?
Jim Morrissey.
Jimmy Morrissey?
Yeah.
And what's he like to ride, Jennifer? What?
Awful.
So you shouldn't say things like that, Jennifer. No. So now we've interviewed the jockeys, and we'll get the scene is set now for our Castletown Donkey Derby, right? Riding around, there's Billy has just got on his animal. He's getting up there, and they're tightening up their girths, and Kieran Mulqueen is he's got the legs tightly around the donkey's belly. Jennifer, she's all set. Billy is all set. They're moving in. They're getting into line. Christy, get him into line there now. There's a fine massive crowd here now today for our Castletown Derby. They're all out in their colours. They're all pints of beard. I hope they bring in the glasses and they're finished. Shawnee is there. He's a sponsor in this. Castletown Motors. He's putting up the £40. Shawnee McGilligan. And Castletown Motors, a very good sponsor. Now they're under orders, and Christy is just about to get them. Christy Farrell is going to start them, and they're all ready. The 3 of them are ready. Come on now, off you go, lads. They're off now. And Jennifer is in the lead, and Jennifer is well in the lead, and she's leading Kieran Mulqueen by 2 lengths, and Billy is getting down. He's had hard work already in his animal. And now, and Kieran and Jennifer is and Harry Moll. Harry Moll is taking the first spin brilliantly, and Marcelli is bringing up Marcelli now is gone ahead. Marcelli is taking the lead at the second bend. And Marcelli has taken Kieran into the bushes, and Kieran is coming out of the bushes now, and Percy is well up with him, and Percy is going into the lead. Percy is Harry Mullis done one now. They've come up, they've done one round. They're starting their second round now, and Bill is on Percy, and he's in second place. And Harry Mullis still leading. Harry Mullis. And Marcelli it's about time Marcelli throw off Kieran. Marcelli, and now we go back to the leaders, and Harry Mullis up. Harry Mull and Percy are fighting out, and they're at the second last bend. And here comes Marcelli and Kieran. And Kieran has a job keeping Marcelli out of the bushes. She's stormed back to bring Kieran into the bushes. And there goes Harry Mull. Harry Mull and Percy are and Harry Mull, and once it's trying to get up now, and Harry Mull has won from Percy, and there's no way that Percy would pass out Harry Mull, because Percy had other things in his mind. And you could see that coming up the backside, that Percy had a lot of things in his mind. And where is Kieran? Is Kieran still in the bushes? Did Kieran finish? Well, what a finish. Two lengths. Harry Mull won by 2 lengths. Percy was second, and Marcelli couldn't keep Kieran out of the bushes. Yeah, but I think maybe it is.
And we were special in that regard. So why not take that back? Why not to take our traditional values and traditions just back into hand? Because they are important. That is the fact of the matter. That's what made us Irish. It still is what makes us Irish. It's in our blood. I'm not trying to say we can't change. But what I am trying to say is there's not really that much reason to throw away our old values. We can improve on them, yes, but that doesn't mean getting rid of them. Bring back our old values and embrace them. In fact, strengthen upon them when improving them, when getting better with them. Become a better nation through such efforts and actions such as that. Not in this destructive narrative, satanic narrative that they're trying to push today. This evil government and these fucking NGOs and bots and all the rest is bullshit. From the real world to online, it's pathetic. And another example of just how rotten Irish government, our mainstream media, and I suppose just our authority system is in the Enoch family. The Enoch family, even taking away the fact, right, that you could say Enoch Burke, for example, was being offensive towards this other person, individual, whatever, minor, whatever, right? Because they didn't respect the pronouns that minor wanted to be referred to as. But what happened to free will and opinions, right? What line did occur? Enoch Burke might have not meant anything bad by what he said or what he did. He might have had the intent to try and offend that person. That might not have been his intention or what he was trying to mean at all. But the reason he didn't do or refer to the person in that manner was because he has his own beliefs and own opinions and own methods of worship and ideals and things that he follows, his maxims and such. And so he can't, if he has a choice, right? And if he makes such choices, he can do or cannot do something. He obviously made the choice to say he cannot step out of line here and say that he will do this or that. Because those are the beliefs he practices and the way he thinks. So when taken on account for that, why is it that the narrative was skewed and he was made to look like a bad person, defamed and given a bad image, when in reality that could have been as simple as it was? And I'm not saying that it was that. To be honest, I don't know enough exact specific details about what happened there. I have never seen evidence, for example, of him going inside the building, as some of them would claim. He could have done that, and I know that's not legal if he was obviously told not to and no longer given the right. But I also know that the fact that he lost his job and the fact that he was given a bad image, the fact that he lost the money that it was in his savings account.
So we're here at the High Court this morning. We appeared before Mr. Justice David Nolan this morning, and this was the application to take Enoch's bank account, to seize that money that's over €40,000 in his bank account this morning. And Enoch attended the hearing this morning, and Enoch, maybe you could tell us what happened.
Yeah, well, it was absolutely horrific this morning and disgraceful scenes now there in the court. I came in. The solicitor, or the counsel for the Attorney General, Brian Kennedy, senior counsel, was on his feet for about 20 minutes, waffling in his what he was doing, just doing the judge's work for him. The judge sitting on the bench, and then following that, I stood up and I had something to say. And within a few moments, before I had said a sentence or two, the judge then was interrupting me straight away, barracking me, not allowing me to speak. Eventually, when I told him this was an absolutely unprecedented matter, that my bank account was being frozen, that my assets were being seized, I was stripped, eventually he relented for 5 minutes. He wouldn't look at me. I was looking away. And eventually, after 5 minutes, when I was fully in flow, explaining and making clear that the whole problem here is that an underlying constitutional issue has not been addressed, at that point, he butted in and he said, "You've had your time and I'm going to make my ruling." And it was a disgraceful scene. I was on my feet. I was saying, "Judge, I'm making a submission. This is very serious. I have to be allowed to finish, to make this point, which is true, that you said none of this was true regarding the fact that the principal's demand, Principal Niamh McShane's demand to call a young boy they, to endorse, affirm transgenderism, that doesn't have a shred of legal authority, that it's never even been addressed by the courts." I said I have to be allowed to do this, and he would not hear tell of it. He plunged straight into a ruling that he had prepared, and he walked out the door a few seconds later. This is disgraceful. This is the state of our courts this morning. Of course, I'm looking in the door here now. The place is swamped with guards. Of course, we're hearing at the moment that they're being trained in Templemore. They don't have to be vetted anymore. This is the new courtroom. That you come in, your bank account is emptied, your assets are all stolen and taken away from you, and you're not even allowed to say anything. My savings of many years, my salary, all taken away, and I'm not even allowed to open my mouth. And the guards are ready to whip you away from the courtroom. This is the society we live in today. It's not the history books. This is the society we're living in right now.
Yes, I mean, if you had a submission, you had a short written submission, didn't you, that you had prepared and
Yes.
you wished to go through. Were you allowed to go through that submission, that written submission? Did the judge allow you? Brian, I understand Brian Kennedy, he had about 20 minutes to go through his submission.
Yes.
And over an hour the last day.
And over an hour the last day.
Yeah.
You had that short written submission. Were you allowed to go through that briefly?
No,
this morning?
not at all. And of course, Brian Kennedy had all the time that he wanted now. He wasn't interrupted at all by the judge. He was given free flow. He's working. He really was the judge now in there this morning. Brian Kennedy was the judge this morning. And this man was just taking a box. But no, I was on page 2. And I was just on the point of religion. And that it's in the Constitution. And it's there. It's given an exalted position in the Constitution. Not transgenderism. Religion is there, the state's obliged to pay homage to it, and it's like he couldn't even abide that. He couldn't even stick another word of this.
Because he's guilty.
And he was
He's
put
guilty.
down.
He's very
Yes,
much guilty.
yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
He's guilty of denying you your constitutional rights. He's guilty of denying you your religious rights from the word go 2.5 years ago.
Yes, yeah.
They ran out of the room every time the Constitution was mentioned or religious rights were mentioned.
Yes.
He rose.
Yes.
That's what he's doing today.
So this is the sad state of affairs, and I would say there's a pallor of death hanging over this man. He's in there today. He can't look at you. He can't look up. He's not intelligible. He doesn't. He's not a judge really. He's running out the door. He's
Senior counsel for the Attorney General.
Yes.
He's the judge.
Yes.
He is the judge. This judge on the bench here today, Nolan.
Mr. Justice David Nolan.
Nolan. Just amends, yes,
Yes.
yes, 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 everything he said.
Yes.
And I listened to yes for an hour the last day. I found it hard to keep from falling asleep.
Yeah.
There was absolutely no questions, nothing. This Kennedy, senior counsel, was the judge.
Yes, and Mr. Brian Kennedy is acting for the Attorney General, who's Mr. Rossa Fanning, and it's Rossa Fanning, the Attorney General, who's bringing that application, and who succeeded now, sadly, against the Constitution and the laws in stripping Enoch of his salary and his assets.
And everything he has, or everything he will have today, any other job he will have, any other possessions he will have, this is all coming from the millionaire Rossa Fanning, friend of Leo Varadkar, Attorney General, friend of Leo Varadkar.
Yes, and the Minister for Finance, Pascal Donoghue, who would stand in front of a camera recently and say he was all in favour of respect, and that's the type of Ireland he wanted. He's the notice party now on this as well, with the Attorney General and the Minister for Education, Helen McEntee, her also.
Who doesn't have a clue about education.
Yes,
Sad state we're in.
Yes, yes. But this judge took an oath, and I would end with that really, just to say that he took an oath. He swore in the presence of Almighty God to uphold the Constitution and the laws, and he invoked God's aid. He said, may God direct and sustain me. And you know, there's a curse on you when you take an oath and then you break your oath and you lie and you steal. There's a curse on you, and there's a curse on this place.
There's a curse on that man.
Yes.
A curse on this. There's a curse on these courts.
Yes, there is a
There's
curse.
a curse upon them today. That's very obvious.
Absolutely.
So the outcome of the hearing this morning was that the Attorney General got everything he wanted. He took the salary, he's given permission to clean out Enoch's accounts of that 40,000, and I believe also the Attorney General was given permission to go after any other sources of income that Enoch might have. That wasn't enough. What we've heard this today, they got another order in there to go after any sources of income, anything at all.
Anybody he's given over €250 to.
Yes. So that's what we're dealing with. That's the outcome of today's hearing.
And all these bad things happen to him because of some simple things, such as what he had said to that kid, and choosing one over the other, and just it's stupid, right? It's ridiculous that things like that can get so extreme over something so minor. There's a fine line between hate speech and having an opinion, free will, and just simply a choice. Sometimes you could say something that offends someone, but your intention it just isn't to offend them. So when you realize that, then you realize there's clearly a difference, right? There's a difference between what is objectively offensive and subjectively offensive, you know? Or trying to offend through your own sort of methodology or subjection of what is objective. what I'm saying is the intents there were different. And it really was it was just twisted and worded such a bad way. That's how I read it. And with that, Watson accounted for this Irish government already. Listen, I could be wrong, but if Watson accounted for this Irish government already, I'll obviously have to side with Enoch Burke over the Irish government, even in this case, because it's not like they're known for doing some stupid shit like this, some satanic bullshit like this. And the fact that Enoch Burke is given a sentence in prison with like no date or timer for release.
Yeah, well, this is all about transgenderism. Yeah, no, it's about forcing. No, it is about one issue.
This is about the issue of the High Court order. It's been brought before the court.
Judge Brian Cregan knew what would happen. He knew what would happen today.
Okay.
This is insanity.
And it's abuse of power.
It is abuse of power. Forcing transgenderism, not just on me. It's illegal. Every school in the country, workplaces, businesses, and he's abusing his power, working with the government, abusing his power. Abusing his power. Abusing his power. That's what he's doing.
Refuse to use the they pronoun for a young child.
Nobody wants it. Nobody wants it.
It's an abuse of power. Absolute
Forcing
insanity.
it on people who don't want it.
Absolute insanity what's happening
Forcing
here.
transgenderism on every boy and girl and man and woman. Forcing transgenderism on them. Nobody accepts this. They don't believe it. People don't want to be told what to believe in, what they must believe in. They don't want to be forced what to believe in.
And then have his family go in there too.
David Martin, John McDowell, mention Castlereagh Prison where you go. You're put into prison if you stand up for prison too. My son is in here in a prison cell, locked in with criminals, because he won't use the they pronoun. That's why my son is in here today. He won't call a young boy they. So you go to prison if you stand up for Christian truth. And it's a shame for the churches. Shame upon you, Eamon Martin. Shame upon you, Gangster John McDowell. Those primates of Ireland don't listen to a word they say. Because you're put into prison if you stand up for Christian truth. As they speak about Ukraine and the Middle East. Eamon Martin, talk about Castlereagh Prison. Eamon Martin, John McDowell, mention Castlereagh Prison where you go, or Docus, if you stand.
Just be careful. Careful of the step there.
Mind your head.
Mind your head.
Mind your head.
Stand up tonight. Okay.
That's not up to us to decide.
He's telling lies that my son is not in prison for not accepting transgender ideology. The whole country knows he is. He said he would not use the they pronoun.
This is Judge Brian Cregan. He has told many lies. He's told many lies about Enoch Burke and indeed about ourselves.
And they use the Equal Status Act.
Yes, he's
the Equal Status Act.
At the very start.
4 years ago, to put Enoch Burke behind bars. The Equal Status Act has nothing whatsoever to do with transgender.
That was Judge Eileen Roberts, and she would have known that. She relied on the Equal Status Act to say that the school were within their rights. The Equal Status Act says nothing about transgenderism. So she knew she was misleading. She was telling lies.
That's not the zoo.
No, that's from the very start. The courts, the judges have lied about why.
Do you, as the guard, the Síochána of this country, do you care that you're taking two people? We are in Castlebar this morning teaching young people that have exams coming up. That's where we want to be. My son would like to be in the front of his class as well. Do you care? Would you open your mouth about that if the court is wrong?
By the court
we
order.
have a high court order.
Well, you're all human beings. Would you just do what you're told?
But we can't change that. We have a high court order directing us to bring you to Mount Everest.
But do you care?
What I care about doesn't make a difference.
Do you care?
It doesn't make a difference.
How corrupt
we have
this
a high
country
court
is.
order to bring you to the Mount
Yeah, and
Everest
you're back in Westport today. a lot of you, talking to Jim Callahan and talking
We
about
weren't
us.
the best today. We're in Castlereagh.
Yeah, but you're looking for, you know, the this and that and the other.
Okay, ladies, there's going to be no argument. You're under arrest in relation to this order.
We have
court
two
order.
orders here to bring you.
So you're making us now take up
We have to bring
place
you to Mountjoy.
in a prison. In a prison. The prison authorities
Come on,
are
please.
going to pay for us in prison.
That's the order we
Enoch
have.
Burke has constitutional rights. He has the right
Enoch's
to the
rights.
free profession
Enoch's
and
rights can be
practice of
argued
his
before the
religious
court when
belief.
it's there. It's nothing to do with us here today.
The courts
I can't
have
change
lied about why Enoch was disciplined in the first place.
That's a matter for the court or for the judge. It's not a matter for us here today. We can't change that today. What we have is High Court orders to
care
bring
though?
you.
Do you care
But
though?
these orders
What about
to
you?
bring both of you.
What about all of you?
to Mountjoy prison today. Can you move over to the van, please?
It was my job, I'd care.
Move over to the
I'd
van,
care.
please.
Please stop
I'd care.
recording
You're
with
giving
this.
account to God
Move
for your
over to the
doings.
van, please.
You're giving account to God for your doings.
Can you come over to the van, please?
We want to be in Castlebar with our young people who have exams coming up.
But we have orders to
That's
bring
where
you
we want to be.
You're under arrest on
Mountjoy.
foot of a High Court order. I'm now going to handcuff
From
you.
Judge Cregan, who's telling lies.
Do we need to put
Telling
handcuffs on?
lies.
Because I'd rather not.
No, I don't.
Okay,
Enoch
well,
Burke has been in prison for over 600 days.
I'm not going to have you handcuffed.
You
I
have
don't
denied his
we don't want
constitutional
to
rights.
handcuff
We're
you.
executing a
We
High
just have
Court
to
order.
execute the orders, okay?
You
which
don't
have.
have to execute orders
We do,
or that are
unfortunately.
corrupt.
I've been directed by a High Court judge. So.
Do you want to tell me what's happening here today?
Sorry.
Well, we were just visiting Enoch Burke
Just
here in
continue to
prison,
land
in
there,
Castlereagh
please.
prison. Enoch has been in prison for over 600 days. Martina and I were just visiting Enoch today. And what we have now is we've Gardaí who are seeking to arrest us
Whatever you want,
Absolutely
to bring us
ridiculous.
to Docus prison.
My
to-
son
to
is in
put us
here in a prison cell, locked in with criminals, because he won't use the they pronoun.
It's a
That's why
scandal,
my
it's a
son is in
disgrace.
here today.
It's
He
an
won't
absolute
call a
disgrace.
young boy they. He won't encourage a young boy to go along the path of puberty blockers.
Yes,
surgeries
and surgeries, mutilation of their body parts.
That's why he's in
Enoch
there.
is saying no to this, and as a result of this, Enoch is in prison behind this.
Insanity. This is
Mind
insanity.
the step here, please.
So this is what happens in this country.
So you go to prison if you stand
there.
up for Christian truth. And it's a shame for the churches. Shame upon you, Eamon Martin. Shame upon you, gangster John McDowell. Those primates of Ireland don't listen to a word they say.
Martina,
Because
please.
you're put into
Stand.
prison if you stand up for Christian truth.
Okay.
Don't listen to them.
What's right though?
As they speak about Ukraine and the Middle East. Eamon Martin, talk about Castlereagh prison. Eamon Martin, John McDowell, mention Castlereagh prison where you go, or Docus, if you stand.
Be careful. Careful of the step there, Martina.
Mind your head.
Mind your head. Okay.
This is what happens in Ireland when you stand against perjury and corruption and lies in the High Court. And those lies have been told ever since 2022 when Enoch Burke was first taken from his teaching post at Wilson's Hospital School because he refused to comply with the Principal Niamh McShane's request that he use the they-them pronoun for a young child. That's what's happening here today now. Martina and Amy Burke spoke out against the lies and the corruption of Judge Brian Cregan. So that's what happens in this country when you speak against lies and corruption in the court.
That is all wrong. I know his family were released.
I will continue to speak the truth. And as I said, it's a scandal. Our courts and church silent. And John McDowell, Church of Ireland, 4 years. The ethos of the school in Mullingar, Wilson's Hospital School, male and female. We believe in Christian ethos, and he's standing in the shadows, a gangster, silent. You are a gangster, John McDowell. And Eamon Martin, you have nothing to say when the children of this country are being abused in 2026. Nothing has changed. Parents, stand up. Stand up for your children. Have more respect, parents, for your sons and your daughters than you have for Eamon Martin and John McDowell. We're released out of Mountjoy prison. Docus, Judge Brian Cregan threw us in here 2 weeks ago because we did question him in the courts about the treatment of my son Enoch Burke who has been denied his constitutional rights for the last 4 years almost, and subject to abuse, I would say, terrible abuse at the hands of the courts. It's absolutely disgraceful. Locked up in a prison cell, thrown down, moved from Mountjoy to Castlereagh prison, not even knowing where he was going to. And I would say it's a scandal on our country, simply because he refused to obey an order to use the they pronoun for a 15-year-old child. It is disgraceful.
An absolute disgrace.
It's an absolute disgrace. And it's scandalous that our courts can abuse the law. They're abusing the law.
Injustice.
Injustice. They're using
they're using acts that have no relevance to the proceedings at hand. An example of that was Judge Eileen Roberts in 2022. She relied upon the Equal Status Acts, but the Equal Status Acts have nothing to do with transgenderism. They refer to male and female only, and they say nothing about transgenderism. So we have this, judges relying on this act to put Enoch in prison.
And there's a silence from the judiciary. There's a silence from every judge, every barrister, every solicitor, bowing down before abuse of a young man. And they know well it's wrong. We will continue to fight and stand up for the truth, but not be silenced by being put into Doka's prison, which is overcrowded. Prisoners on the floor sleeping, and Judge Brian Cregan sends us in there for 2 weeks. They could do without that. They're on the floor already.
Judge Brian Cregan, just to say this, he's the judge from the High Court who put Martina Burke and myself in prison here. He has told multiple lies, and I don't say that lightly. I'm a solicitor, I'm a qualified solicitor. I've worked in Boston, I've worked in Dublin for years. This man, this Judge Brian Cregan, he has told multiple lies about Enoch Burke. One of those recent lies was that he said in a judgment, every judge has dealt fairly with Enoch Burke's case.
And that's a lie.
That is simply not true. We've had the reference already to judges relying on acts that are not relevant. We also had perjury recently committed by the chairperson of the DAP, the Disciplinary Appeal Panel, and Judge Cregan had no problem with that. He was okay with that.
Put us in here to silence us, to shut us up, to silence us. It's a scandal. I would say as well, it's a scandal, the silence of the church. And I would name the churches today. They are a disgrace. We've had a history of child abuse. Only recently we're back to the 2 babies. The exhuming of the bodies of babies. We let it happen in this country because we were afraid of the church. We're afraid of the Catholic Church, the arm of the government. And they're the arm of the government today. They're working with the government. They're doing exactly what they're told, and they're silent while every parent allows their child to be subjected to transgender ideology, LGBTQ+++, shoved down their necks in school. It's anti-Christian ideology.
And you know, putting
the church is silent. Eamon Martin's Easter message, he's pointing to Ukraine. He's pointing to the Middle East. I would like him to point to the courts, to point to the schools even. And they are putting down the necks of every parent. Not just not Christian, but anti-Christian ideology even. You know that. And I would say to parents, do you care more for Eamon Martin and for John McDowell than for your own children? You know, it happened years ago. They were abused at the hands of the church, and they're still abused because you care more for men who are sitting in ivory palaces, coming out with their Easter messages, when your children are being abused. They're being fed anti-Christian ideology. They're suffering at the hands of their schools. The schools are centres of indoctrination, and the church is silent. And your children are the victims, parents. And we need to stand up. Let's not look at the past. The parents of this country were silent when the abuse was happening. There's no point in blaming everybody else. You need to speak out. You need to take authority for your children. You need to read the scripture, what God said. Train up a child, you parent, in the way they should go, not the way Eben Martin tells you, by his silence, the arm of the government working together. It's a scandal.
You know, it's a scandal that these people have been put, Martina and Ami, put behind bars. You've heard about the injustice of the courts, how my son has been denied his constitutional right for the last 3.5 years, how he's been lied about, how he's been abused, how he's been locked in a prison cell day after day for 650 days. That's okay. Okay to abuse Enoch Burke. It's okay to tell lies in court and perjury. That's okay. But if you speak, as these people did, about the injustice in the court, you're in here, Mountjoy Prison, if you speak about it. And it's a disgrace. And it's a new low that our government and our judiciary have come to. But you know, prison doesn't change what God says. Prison doesn't change that you know, marriages between a man and a woman. We have a simple, you know, truth that God created male and female, and prison doesn't change that. And you know, prison doesn't change that we have a constitutional right that has been denied our son for the last 3.5 years. And our government has come to an all-time low, as you see these people walking out of this place today.
Do you know you've returned into the course, high course?
I will continue to speak the truth. And as I said, it's a scandal. Our courts and our church silent. And John McDowell, Church of Ireland, 4 years, the ethos of the school in Mullingar, Wilson's Hospital School, male and female, we believe in Christian ethos, and he's standing in the shadows, a gangster, silent. You are a gangster, John McDowell, and Eamon Martin. You have nothing to say when the children of this country are being abused in 2026. Nothing has changed. Parents, stand up. Stand up for your children. Have more respect, parents, for your sons and your daughters than you have for Eamon Martin and John McDowell.
Yes.
That's great, but it's wrong that it even happened. It should have never even happened to begin with, to any of them. Incarcerating for something so simple, it's pathetic. And yes, the people should be out marching and fucking wanting this government out. I just want to add in this, right? This extra bit of information. Someone can, and if they want to, because it's freedom of speech and free will, so anyone who says this is illegal, I wouldn't agree with you. I think this should be legal, and if you disagree, then I think there's something seriously wrong with you to just be able to say something like this, right? And I would also think if you get offended by this, there is also something seriously wrong with you. And what it is basically, I think you can refer to someone based simply and only on their biology without using gender or gender terms or whatever, gender words, whatever, right? So if you want to call someone boy or a girl, then you can, simply based on their biology, which is the matter of fact of what their bio is, right? And or what their biology is. And that takes away from the gender bullshit, which means it could be anything. If you're a boy, you're a boy. If you're a girl, you're a girl. If you're a hermaphrodite, then that means you have both, so that's fair enough. And I think there's another term or word for if you don't have either. But anyways, that's that. That's just biology. That's different. It's not the same as gender. Gender can use biology, but biology on its own is different. If you get offended by this, and as I said, there's something seriously wrong with you, and I do think it should be legal to do this and say these things. If you think it should be illegal and not legal, then as I said, I think there is something seriously wrong with you. I think that counts towards something being seriously wrong with you. I think that the majority is right to say otherwise and think that it should be legal and think that's fine. Alright? That's what I think. We voted no confidence. Yes, we the majority of Irish people. It was already obvious and noticeable online how much of the overwhelming majority was speaking out, even with all the bots and bullshit. It was obviously more noticeable how many Irish people vote online in comment sections and everything. And not just there, But the most importantly, in real world, in real life, where you have the evidence and you can go out, you don't just have to look at a video to see it. You can go out and see the Irish people protesting for yourself in the fucking masses. That is all the evidence that you need to see that it is not bullshit, that the overwhelming majority, even aside from just doing the maths with all the numerics and everything, and the numbers, and all that shit, with taxes and everything, to see how much that the government is grinding the fucking Irish people into the ground. It is so obvious that the Irish people have had enough of this fucking corrupt, tyrannical, authoritarian, goal-aiming fucking totalitarian government, We've had enough. Enough is enough. And we especially showed that we voted no confidence and had a fuck enough when they sent the army out in response to our farmers simply wanting a meeting because we wanted our taxes dropped, because we made it justified and clear that we could not afford it. We could not afford to keep going because it's too much of a net loss there as it is, and it's just getting worse. It's not going to get better. It's getting worse, and it can't get better because our tax money doesn't even go back into our local economy or national economy in the ways that is worthy enough for it to basically stabilize and keep not just stabilize, but keep our nation and economy running afloat and in good, healthy condition. Because what is realistically apparent as of in the real world of our nation is that it is very much contrastingly different or opposite polarized to that in the matter of fact. It is just a motherfucking joke. Why do we need to put up with this? We don't. We have choices. Why don't we just kick them out now? We voted no confidence. The people have made it clear. And yet they will manufacture more lies to basically, as a means to tell us to shut up and deal with it and suffer and struggle and continue to do so. Like, was it not enough back when the 10-year-old Irish girl was raped by a migrant?
This police force has lost control of this totally. The police force of the Republic of Ireland came out in force. They had water cannon, they had pepper spray, riot shields, dog units and horseback units. But being Ireland, of course, Patrick, the rioters retaliated with their own horse unit, letting about 15 horses down the road right through the middle of the Garda lines. Now, from that point on, everything kicked off, and we've had running battles in the street here all night long. In fact, I was corralled into a side street here. But really, when a riot goes over and everything starts to go calm, you look, the whole roads are full of bottles and bricks. There's major damage done to street lights, telephone boxes. This up in the corner here, the houses that we were staying in were corralled into now have no electricity. There's a gas leak in the area because the rioters were ripping off the bricks from around those and using them as missiles against the police. It must be said that the police did not handle this extremely well. In fact, we were attacked at the time. When you're in a riot and if things start to get riot or get a bit boisterous on one side of the riot, you move towards the police line, you move into the right or left hand side of the police line, stay close to the hedge, and the police will go past you. You've identified yourself as media, you shouldn't have a problem. We were pepper sprayed and then openly attacked by the police at that stage.
As for Levant for Rebel News, it's after midnight, finally back at our hotel here in Dublin, and we're taking the first flight back to Toronto tomorrow morning. We came with one purpose only, and that was to take the pulse of the people of Dublin after a shocking crime happened in their city. Allegedly, a 26-year-old migrant who had been staying at Ireland's largest refugee camp, a 2,000-person swanky hotel turned into a migrant facility, has been accused of raping a 10-year-old girl. He was in court this morning. By the way, he's been in Ireland for 6 years. He had his refugee claim rejected. Still, he refused to go. He was given a deportation order. Still, he refused to go. And by the way, at his trial, he required an Arabic language translator. Sounds like he didn't even bother to even try to learn the language. It's shocking. And this is the latest in a pattern of crimes by foreign migrants who are overwhelming Ireland. I don't understand why this country is so dead set on, I don't know, setting some sort of record for the most migrants. And many of them are so obviously bogus. They've come here, many of them walking across from the United Kingdom, from Northern Ireland into Ireland. Clearly, they're not in any danger. If you're coming from the UK or France, you're not in danger. You're not a refugee anymore. It's a scam. You know, we had a taxi driver today who was talking about how hard it is for him to get ahead and to buy a house, whereas all these migrants get free, luxurious accommodations either in a hotel or in a house, including 3 square meals a day. And it's an economic issue, it's a cultural issue, and it's a women's rights issue because so many of these migrants come from places where women are treated as second-class citizens, and rape culture is a real thing. We went to the City West Hotel during the day to take a look at it, and we went back at night when hundreds of Dubliners were there to protest. The protest turned violent, and both sides absolutely lashed out at the other. I suppose on the side of the Dubliners, there was, I'd say, half a dozen people who were using fireworks to shoot at the police. I don't think there would be more than that. There were 3 Irish lads on horseback that sort of stomped on police pylons. So that was the sum total of the violence from the protesters' side. I would say 10 or less people. But on the police side, once they had that provocation, they responded overwhelmingly. I would say at least 100 Irish Gardaí, as they're called, including the riot squad. I thought I heard attack dogs, but they were never deployed. But what was deployed was pepper spray. And I got pepper spray in the eye and the ear. I tell you, that's an experience you won't forget quickly. You know, I'm not much for that kind of protest. I think where I come from, Canada has a more passive style than Ireland. There's a phrase, the fighting Irish. And I think the Irish have a rebellious streak in them, which is one of the reasons they're such a interesting and powerful people. And I'm sort of hoping that the Irish streak of rebellion will help free the country from this crazy mass immigration cult. And I think that's the thing that I take away from me tonight, is that the hundreds of people there, some of whom are violent, most of them are not, all of whom are desperate. No one's hearing their voice. No one's being their voice. No one's listening to them. All the major political parties believe in mass immigration, and if you oppose it, they call you racist. All the major media do the same thing. Who do these people turn to? Where do they look for help? It's not shocking to me that some of them use fireworks against the police. I don't recommend that, of course. I don't praise the violence, but it's understandable, even if it's not acceptable. I think that we're going to see another round of these protesters being denounced as racist, but it doesn't change the fact that these mass immigration refugee camps are a danger. And even if they're not a danger of violence, which they are, they're changing Ireland. They're making it a different place. I was in the town of Dundrum last year, 200 people, and suddenly 240 migrants were put into a town of 200 people. Instantly, the Irish became a minority in their own town. There's terrible things going on here in Ireland being done to the people, but there's also some hopefulness, the people fighting back. One of the roles that Rebel News plays is that we tell the other side of the story. I love coming to Ireland to show the Irish what is happening because they can't get that information often from their regime media. And being from North America, we love to tell the story to North Americans. I call my trips to Ireland and the UK and to France and Netherlands, I say they're a dystopian time machine where I see what life will be like in Canada 5 years from now if we don't change course. I love being there tonight. So many Irish people stopped me to say hello. There was one person who didn't like me much. I was sneaked up on behind and sucker punched. That was first for me as well. But, you know, nothing's going to deter me from continuing my journalism. I have to say that 2 years ago, I'd never been to Ireland in my life. I really didn't know any Irish people other than Irish Canadians. But now I love the place. I love coming over, and our videographers do. I think this is our 6th trip over here. And I want to know how the story ends. I want it to be a happy ending. I want the Irish to take back their country, and I want the madness of the NGOs and the mass immigration to stop. I want that to be done peacefully, and I'm not sure if the powers that be will allow that to be done peacefully. We'll be there every step of the way to document it. I remain a friend of Ireland, and I wish the country very well. I'll be back very soon. If you've enjoyed my reports today, and we'll have some more over the days ahead, we're still editing so many videotapes, please do me a favor and help chip in for our economy class airfare to get over here. My videographer Lincoln and myself, we don't take any money from the government, unlike RTE. We just rely on the support of our viewers. So if you like our journalism and value it, do me a favor and go to migrantreports.com and chip in a few euros or a few dollars if you can. Thanks, Ireland. We'll see you soon.
Get back! Get
People here, it's a crowd around.
All cameras here, keep your faces well covered.
there are 300 police blocking the protesters.
I'm in Dublin outside of the City West Hotel where protests are about to kick off. This comes after an African asylum seeker was charged with the alleged sexual assault of a 10-year-old Irish girl. On Tuesday night protests, they turned violent. There were bottles, there were fireworks, there were bricks thrown at police. There's now a Section 8 order in place, ordering people to move from the area. We're being told to leave by police. There are about 300 officers in the area. There are about 50 people here at the moment, 300 police officers. We've all been ushered down, but we'll wait and see.
Streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Our streets! Get them out! 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 His country! Our country! His country!
This really feels like the tipping point here in Dublin tonight.
You should be protecting the Irish people, and the Irish people have rights, and we have a right to walk up that street. I'd like to speak.
Riot police have come out in full force. The road by the migrant hotel has been completely blocked off. There were fireworks, rocks, bottles thrown at the police by the 300 protesters which have come out tonight.
Boy, is everyone over?
Move back now! Right. Move back! Get the fuck out of here!
You get out of here, you
We live here! How dare you!
Yeah! I should have gotten out of the car.
Get to me!
That's our phone ring, it's our fight back!
What are you talking about? They're probably not really.
Was it not enough when a 12-year-old Irish boy died of fucking scoliosis?
We're taking leaders' questions under Standing Order 36, Deputy Mayor Lou McDonald.
Thank you, Ceann Comhairle. Taoiseach, scoliosis is a debilitating and painful condition where a person's spine twists and curves. It can cause the rib cage to press against the lungs and internal organs, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. It's especially tough on young children. Where a child doesn't get the surgeries that they need on time, the consequences are devastating. The longer they wait, the more complex procedures they will eventually need, and without timely care, children end up in wheelchairs. Some children wait so long that they become inoperable. They run out of time. Too many children and their parents face this agonising wait. The suffering and the mental distress is just unimaginable. Taoiseach, in 2017, you promised that by the end of that year, no child would wait longer than 4 months for scoliosis surgery. That was 7 years ago, and that promise has been broken again and again. And just so as we are clear, the 4-month target was agreed between you as Minister for Health and the HSE based on international best practice. That promise you made was broken. You failed to build the capacity needed here, and in 2019 you ended the scheme through which children could travel abroad to have their operations faster. Last night, my colleague Dr. David Cullinan and I met again with parents of children with scoliosis and spina bifida, and they are very angry, they're hurt, and they feel completely betrayed. They asked me to relay their words to you directly. They said, "I want to tell Simon Harris that government has actively, consistently and comprehensively failed our children. Tell him that we as parents did all the right things, everything we could do, and yet our children are subjected to serious and ongoing harm." Taoiseach, you met with these families back in 2016. Many of the same children are still in the system today, experiencing delays to the treatments they need so badly, and parents live every day with the fear of their child becoming inoperable. They say a lot of parents are kept in the dark by Children's Health Ireland. They see hard-working consultants under huge pressure and without the resources they need. Parents suspect and fear that many more children may have run out of time and become inoperable. So they want government to fund a second opinion for their children, independent of CHI. You see, their trust has been shattered by all the empty promises. Níl ein gá le gealtanas full of the páistí, the scoliosis agus spina bifida. An rud atá wuhu no nósanna imachtaí lais anish. Taoiseach, yesterday you restated a promise to children with scoliosis and spina bifida. But these children don't need any more promises. They need their operations. You say that every resource possible will be provided, and to quote you, to make sure no child finds themselves waiting in pain and agony. But these children are waiting in pain and agony today. And they heard this promise from you 7 long years ago. So I have 3 questions, Taoiseach. Firstly, are you once again promising the children will not wait more than 4 months for spinal surgeries? Secondly, are you reinstating the scheme for children who can travel abroad to get their operations? And thirdly, will government fund that second independent opinion, independent from CHI, that parents are now demanding for their children?
Thank you. Taoiseach, please.
Well, Gurmageth, Deputy MacDonald, and thank you very much for raising what is an extraordinarily important, stressful and worrying issue for many families in Ireland. As you rightly say, many families that I've met, many families that I know, and many children whose faces and names I still remember. Nobody wants to see, not you, not me, nobody on this side of the house, nobody on that side of the house, wants to see any child wait in pain. On that, we can all absolutely agree. When I was Minister for Health, you are absolutely correct that I did place a real focus on this issue. And it was said to me by the then Director General of the HSE that they would put a plan in place to make sure that no child waited longer than 4 months. And that plan originated, as you correctly say, from clinical advice, and I believe similar clinical advice exists within the NHS. That was the clinical advice then, and it is the clinical advice now. Of course, there can, from time to time, be complexities, as all of us know, in relation to individual cases and multiple medical conditions and how they interact. But having said that, that's where the 4 months came from. What I definitely know is by placing that focus on scoliosis, we saw a very, very, very significant reduction in the number of children waiting over 4 months. And I think if we're going to start this Leaders' Questions engaging in good faith, I think you'll acknowledge that when you look at the figures, that after I gave that commitment, the progress that was made in a short period of time in very significantly reducing the number of children waiting over 4 months, it was real, was felt, there were weekly reports produced. The COVID pandemic happened, waiting times worsened, and waiting times worsened for all procedures, including scoliosis. My colleague, the Minister for Health, has been putting a real focus on this issue, continuing that work, and indeed trying to re-engage and refresh on it, including with new clinical leadership. I very much welcome the fact that he's appointed Mr. David Moore, a consultant surgeon in this area, to be a clinical lead, which I think is something that should be welcomed by all of us, because I think that clinical expertise will make a real difference. We have seen a very significant increase again in the number of spinal procedures now carried out. So, for example, in 2022, 509 spinal procedures were carried out. This compares to 380 in 2019. It represents a 34% increase in the number of procedures and a 22% increase for the year 2023. We now have the Paediatric Spinal Surgery Management Unit in place, and so far this year, 2024, we've seen over 120 spinal procedures take place. So yes, the government remains absolutely committed, as I know everyone in this House does, to doing everything we humanly can to assist children with wait times and to assist their parents who go through such a stressful and worrying time as well. You've asked me 3 questions, so let me endeavour to answer them. As I've said in relation to the first one, the 4 months remains the clinical advice and clinical target, and therefore that's what government here and governments around the world must work towards. Secondly, yes, my understanding is Mr. Moore, the consultant surgeon, is now looking at the issue you've raised in relation to treatment abroad options, and I think that's important that that's considered, and I welcome the fact that you, on behalf of parents, I think make that suggestion here today. And thirdly, in relation to the idea of an independent opinion, That's something I will engage with the Minister and with the HSE on, because it sounds like it's a suggestion made in good faith. So please know this, Deputy, this is an issue which will continue to receive extraordinary levels of care, investment and attention from government. I know also that the Minister for Health is convening a dedicated paediatric spinal task force with an independent chair. I know the idea of an independent chair was seen as essential by many of the advocacy groups. That independent chair is Mark Connaughton, who is a senior counsel, and the chair is now meeting with stakeholders and with patient groups and finalising the terms of reference, which I think is another important step forward as well.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
So, Taoiseach, you say that nobody wants to see children in agony and pain, but you see, that is what we see. That's exactly what we see. I spoke with one mother last night whose child is now no longer a child. They're now 19 and they're inoperable. Why are they inoperable? They are inoperable because they waited and they waited and they waited. And she said directly, they've followed all the right protocols, all of the care paths, and for what? And words and rhetoric are of no value to them. The only good faith actually that matters on this subject is the good faith of government. That's the issue. The issue here is that we have, 4,000 children awaiting their first consultation. That's the length of the list. We have 270 children on the surgery waiting list, 78 of whom have waited and waited far longer than 4 months. And here's perhaps the worst feature of all. The most complex, the most desperate of cases, in many cases, have the longest wait. And they are now officially, these families, these children, these young adults, these parents are in a state of absolute panic.
Thank you,
so I want a concrete commitment from you that you will not simply engage but deliver on the independent opinion, deliver on the travel abroad, but more broadly than that, Taoiseach, the parents want to know that you are now, Taoiseach, that you will finally honour a promise made many, many years ago.
Hear, 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 hear. Well, thanks very much, Deputy MacDonald. So firstly, I answered your 3 questions. I answered them sequentially, I answered them clearly, and I will continue to engage with you on the 3 answers that I gave you. Secondly, I think it's a little dismissive to suggest words and rhetoric when 120 procedures this year is not rhetoric, is not words. When massive levels of investment in theatres, when hiring more nurses, when hiring more doctors, they're not words, they're real actions. I know it suits you to suggest these are just words and rhetoric, but these are real things that we're doing to make a real difference, and there's no monopoly on concern. Even in the last fortnight, the Minister for Health has received requests from Mr Moore, the new clinical lead, in relation to further additional staff, further additional posts, and has provided the green light. So I'll engage with you in good faith on these exchanges, but it's not words, it's not rhetoric, it's real solid action that we're taking to address an extraordinarily difficult thing, and you can shake your head if you wish, but that's what it is. And the final thing I'd say is I hope when you meet these families, and I hope when you engage with them, and I hope when you position yourself as having all of the solutions to all of the issues, I hope you have the good grace to tell them that when you had an opportunity to put an alternative health budget to this House, you provided £500 million less to the health service than this government provided. And how do you square that circle in terms of extra staff, extra investment, extra... It's true, it's in your alternative budget. Sinnfein.ie.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
Understanding Order 38, the Opposition Leader Mary Lou MacDonald.
And can I extend my congratulations to both deputies on very significant life events and very joyous too. Taoiseach, Harvey Morrison Sherratt died on the 29th of July. Last week I spoke again with his parents Stephen and Gillian. They are heartbroken, shattered by the loss of their beautiful little boy, and we send them again today our condolences and our love. Harvey had a very short life. He was only 9 years old when he passed. And as you know, Taoiseach, he suffered from scoliosis and spina bifida. He waited years for spinal surgery as his condition worsened, and his dad, Stephen, said, We watched him deteriorate, cry in pain, struggle to breathe and lose the sparkle in his eye. Harvey was born the year that Taoiseach Simon Harris was appointed Minister for Health. And in 2017, when Harvey was just 1, his parents were told that his ribs were crushing his lungs. That same year, Simon Harris promised that no child would wait more than 4 months for spinal surgery. Over the last 8 years, that promise has been broken again and again and again. Harvey did eventually get his surgery last December, but he had waited far, far too long. He was badly let down. He was, in fact, failed by government. Harvey's story, Taoiseach, is not an isolated case. Such failures are shamefully a hallmark of your government. On Monday, Cork mother Antoinette Burke felt she had no choice but to challenge you publicly. Her daughter, Katie, has cerebral palsy. She's been left waiting 15 years for the surgery that she needs. Antoinette says that she first contacted your office back in 2010, but her pleas went without action. You said in reply that Katie's case isn't, and I use your word, necessarily emblematic of what families go through in their fight for disability services and treatment, but it is in fact exactly that. Because Antoinette's hurt and anger is recognised very well by the parents of children with scoliosis and spina bifida. It is emblematic of what they have experienced. It's been a litany of broken promises from government. You promised that you would do everything possible to end the scandal of children waiting and waiting for spinal surgery, but today that waiting list is growing. As we speak, 135 children on waiting lists without a date for surgery, up from 108 since the start of the year. 40 of these children waiting 6 months or more, just for a date, mind you, not even for the surgery itself. Last year, you promised that children waiting more than 4 months would be given the option to travel for surgery, but since then, only 7 children have had surgery abroad. It's shockingly low. The government continues to fail these children. Tá bás Harvey Morrison Shirathresh Sulas Iuru Hepan Realtas Lani Natira. Cahi an Taoiseach a chur an úldu in Cadatá I gceist aige a dhéanamh chun cinsú go bhfaigheann leanaí le scólos agus spina bifida na habrádaí atá daoí orthú le prán. Harvey's battle with scoliosis was a race against the clock. It's the same for each one of these children. The longer they wait, the more complex surgeries they will require. The risk of permanent paralysis is very real. The fear of becoming inoperable is very real. Taoiseach, this neglect of children with scoliosis and spina bifida must end and must end now. So I ask you directly today to tell those children, to tell their families what you will do now to ensure that they get the operations that they require urgently.
Thank you, Deputy Taoiseach.
First of all, Deputy, at the outset, I want to take the opportunity to offer my deepest condolences to Harvey Morrison Sherritt's family, parents Gillian and Stephen, and no words of condolence or consolation to Harvey's parents. It is an extraordinarily traumatic thing to happen in any family, but in these circumstances, even more traumatic in terms of the experiences that the family and Harvey had with the hospitals and the clinical world itself, and unacceptable. And I know that the Minister met with the HSE and CHI board and has been working on this issue non-stop since she became and was appointed as Minister for Health. The Minister has asked for a multidisciplinary report on the chronology from CHI regarding their involvement in Harvey's care and the key milestones as recorded on the CHI's hospital records. And the HSE CEO has received this draft report in August and has shared that report with Harvey's parents as well as with the Minister for Health. And my understanding is that the Minister for Health and Taoiseach are due to meet Harvey's parents in the near future. I understand fully the anger and the absolute frustration felt by the parents. and by other families who do not receive surgical intervention at the right time for their child. I have spoken to Antoinette Burke since I met Antoinette Burke earlier this week. We've arranged to meet. And I don't want to get into discussing individual cases here in public, but clearly the issue there is one of clinical decision-making and a judgment made by clinicians. Clinicians seem to have taken a decision not to do surgery over many years in that case on a clinical basis. Obviously, any parent wants to do the very best for their child, and it seems to me the interaction or the engagement between the clinical decision-making and the position of parents is one that has to be improved. But certainly, the question was put to me, the use of the word emblematic, and I made that point there in the context that if you look, and I've read the case in relation to Katie and Antoinette, and there's a very clear disagreement in respect of the clinical sort of judgment that consultants have made in that case. That said, I'm going to pursue this, and we've spoken to the CEO of the HSE in relation to this case, and in that case also. And in the broader issue of scoliosis, very significant resources have been allocated by government to CHI. Very significant. There's no point in saying there hasn't been, there has. The issue is the translation of those resources to outcomes and outputs is a key issue for us. There have been a number of reports into CHI. All of you are aware of that. We're not happy with everything that has happened within CHI. We have an issue in terms of one consultant who's been referred in respect of the utilisation of devices, and that did not meet the quality mark. We have awaiting a report on governance within CHI. The Health Service Executive has strengthened its service level agreement with CHI and is giving stronger supports to CHI, and that process will continue in terms of underpinning, supporting and creating additional capacity for CHI in the immediate future and in the time ahead.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
And that is the direction of travel in respect of services, particularly spinal services at CHI.
As Harvey Taoiseach waited for the surgery that he required, the curvature of his spine deteriorated from 75 degrees to 130 degrees. I don't know if you saw him. The poor wee child was literally doubled over. He struggled to breathe. He waited and waited, and he's not unique. He's unique now in as much as he's I suppose, emblematic of the wholesale failure of many other children. But TJ Coughlin, he's from Tullamore in County Offaly. He's a great young man. He's 20. He was told at the age of 9 that he needed surgery. He was left waiting until he was 13, and when he turned 13, it was too late. So he's inoperable. He's wheelchair bound. That was catastrophic for that young man's life. You say this is unacceptable. I agree with you. You're reluctant to discuss individual cases in public. I understand that. But remember, these families have no option but to present their pain in very public forums. You point to clinical judgments. You offer up every, it seems to me, excuse under the sun, but you haven't answered my question. What are you going to do about it now? Not tread water. What decision will be made now? And can you explain to us how it is that the waiting list is now growing, and how it is that only 7 children have availed of treatment abroad for all of the fine words and promises from yours and successive governments?
Just in response to that point you made there about that I've offered up, or sort of, you almost suggest I'm saying and I'm not saying any, the 2 cases that, I'm not applying this to those 2 cases now, for example. But there was a fundamental question, and we've all faced it if we're honest, where people will come to us and say, as a parent, I believe my child should get the following intervention or surgery. And if the doctor or the clinician says, we don't believe it's appropriate right now, or we believe the outcomes may not be optimal right now for the child, what are you suggesting? this is a reality on an ongoing basis. It seems to me that we have to really examine that relationship more, and the level of advocacy for the parent in these situations. That's where I think there is a weakness, but it's not a case, because politicians themselves can't arbitrarily and shouldn't arbitrarily sort of just intervene and sort of say, well, it should happen now, irrespective of what the clinical expert is saying. And so I just think we need some degree of consensus on that point.
Thank you, Taoiseach.
And then I think the actual how it transpires and the advocacy for parents in that situation is something we should look at.
Thank you,
in terms of stronger advocacy for parents in respect of clinical decision
Deputy Ivana
making.
Batrick of the Labour
In terms of what
Party.
we're doing, the treatment abroad, still we have again provided resources. There's
Thank
an
you,
instruction
Taoiseach.
to CHI and to
Time
the
is
clinicians
well over time,
to
Taoiseach.
refer.
Thank you,
To
Taoiseach.
refer, and I believe they should be referring on a continuous
Deputy
basis.
Ivana Batrick.
And what about all the other cases that half of which are basically hidden off the fucking books, but we know it's true. We know that it's there. There's evidence there from families and stuff that there are kids missing and stuff. And you know what I mean? It's like, what the fuck is going on here? This is all to do with TUSLA and stuff, and these government agencies that are supposed to take such responsibilities for the services that they offer, but it's just so fucked up and wrong in the operations that be, and how it's all being managed. It's fucking wrong and just fucked up. It needs to be repaired, it needs to be fixed, but it's not going to be because of who's in office and who's clearly running the country in a manner that is not suited for the Irish people or what the Irish people want by majority. What we want as our ideals and our practitioners of this country. We don't want fucking... We don't want it to be like dynasties, constituencies, like the fucking Healy fucking Rays and the way they're going with Kerry and stuff. We don't want that shit. We want a leader for the nation, for the fucking majority, not these, oh, I'll take this county, you could take that county, and the fucking government that is supposed to run our nation, that quote unquote runs our nation in a way that is just anything but for the Irish people, majority if not all of the time. We don't fucking like it and we don't fucking want it. So why are we putting up with it? Enough is enough, right? We have to say when enough is enough. We have to say to stop this bullshit. Put our foot down and say that's it. We're going out and we're telling them to fuck off now. Right? If they can't listen to our terms, then we should enforce our terms and make them clear enough for them to understand. And listen, if they choose not to understand, then we'll make them understand, because we have the overwhelming superior amount of strength compared to them. We outnumber them, and I can assure you we will overpower them very quickly. They are playing all the tactics in the book to basically deceive and lie to us, trick us, and continue with their satanic bullshit, but I don't think it's going to last forever. I don't see why we should continue to wait. This is them buying more time. This is Micheál Martin getting in his seat as the EU president. We have to remember this. This does not benefit us. It definitely doesn't benefit Europe. It is just going to go downhill. It's going to affect the globe in worse ways. Not just Ireland, but obviously if it affects the globe, it'll affect Ireland anyways. You have to remember stuff like this. All these things matter. And so when you know this can be stopped and things can get better and there are avenues there to take such matters and take control of the narrative and everything, then why not do it? Why wait? Do it now! That's what I have to say. Yeah. I think the libels and everything, it all needs to stop, right? The antagonizing, the libels, like the ones on the Enoch Burke and the Enoch family. or the Burke family, not the Enoch family, you know what I mean. And then just like the amount of skewed bullshit that they would throw at you, I think it all needs to just stop and end. I think what needs to start beginning and what needs to start happening is the Irish people and the people power that we already provided and showed a glimpse of needs to come out full fold. Needs to be fully embraced and needs to be the thing used to repair and fix this nation for the justice of Ireland, of true Ireland, of what is true of Ireland, what makes Ireland Ireland, what is Ireland. Do you understand? If we're to be Ireland and still be even just a nation, right? We don't want any of the bullshit that they're bringing in. We don't want to be taken over. No, we don't want any of it. We want to continue on from what we had before any of this shit began. And we want to improve on that. There was a time when we had ideals that were working and we were doing fine. There was time when we were growing on those things before they were taken over by worse things. And just thrown out the fucking window by corrupt politicians like this who are currently in office. We had ideals and practitioners like that were ongoing. And now it's just gone. Like, you look at the history. There was a time where Europe didn't even rule over us. You know? And we had our independence and stuff. All these things existed once upon a time. Why not try and take them back, and why not grow on those things after that fact? Take control. That's what I think. Take control. We need a leader. We need a leader who is willing to take the responsibility to represent, and to, of course, represent a Republic Ireland as a nation, as a people, and as a whole, as Ireland. That's what I think. And that's all I have to say. I hope you agree. You don't need to agree, but I think the sentiment is heard. But I do want to hear what you guys think. You know? It's important that mutual ground is set, you know? And I don't think it's in the best interest of Irish people, with the way things are, with what's accounted for, especially with the overwhelming majority suffering from this Irish government, this current regime of fucking tyrants in office. I don't think it's in the best interest to keep them in office. So, let me know what you think from there. Like, where do we go with this, right? It's up to us. We need to take the steps to go ahead and move on from this. So let's do it. Let's do it.
I didn't attend any of those protests, and the reason why I didn't, it was overtook by the far right. It was overtook by the far right. We had a lot of hard working people first come out and the protesters. But look, for me, where I see the tribe flag, I'm terrified to be part of it.